Chapter 1 of Heu-Heu, or the Monster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Derek Trial. Heu-Heu, or the Monster, by H. Rider Haggard. Author's Note: the author wishes to state that this tale was written in its present form sometime before the discovery in Rhodesia of the fossilized and immeasurably ancient remains of the proto-human person who might well have been one of the Heu-Heu, the hairy wood folk, of which it tells through the mouth of Allan Quartermain, 1923. Chapter 1: The Storm. Now I, the editor, whose duty it has been, as an executor or otherwise, to give to the world so many histories of, or connected with, the adventures of my dear friend, the late Allan Quartermain, or Macumazahn, Watcher by Night, as the natives in Africa used to call him, come to one of the most curious of them all. Here I should say at once that he told it to me many years ago, at his house called The Grange, in Yorkshire, where I was staying, but a little while before he departed with Sir Henry Curtis and Captain Good upon his last expedition into the heart of Africa, whence he returned no more. At the time I made very copious notes of a history that struck me as strange and suggestive, but the fact is that afterwards I lost them, and could never trust my memory to reproduce even their substance with the accuracy which I knew my departed friend would have desired. Only the other day, however, in turning out a box room, I came upon a handbag which I recognized as one that I had used in the far past when I was practicing, or trying to practice, at the bar. With a certain emotion, such as overtakes us when, after the lapse of many years, we are confronted by articles connected with the long-dead events of our youth, I took it to a window, and with some difficulty opened its rusted catch. In the bag was a small collection of rubbish, papers connected with cases on which once I had worked as devil for an eminent and learned friend, who afterwards became a judge, a blue pencil with a broken point, and so forth. I looked through the papers and studied my own marginal notes made on points in causes which I had utterly forgotten, though doubtless these had been important enough to me at the time, and with a sigh tore them up and threw them on the floor. Then I reversed the bag to knock out the dust. As I was doing this, there slipped from an inner pocket a very thick notebook with a shiny black cover, such as used to be bought for 6 pence. I opened that book, and the first thing that my eye fell upon was this heading: Summary of A.Q's Strange Story of the Monster God, or Fetish, Heu-Heu, which he and the Hottentot Hans discovered in Central South Africa. Instantly, everything came back to me. I saw myself, a young man in those days, making those shorthand notes late one night in my bedroom at the Grange before the impression of old Allan's story had become dim in my mind. Also continuing them in the train upon my journey south on the morrow, and subsequently expanding them in my chambers at Elm Court in the Temple, whenever I found time to spare. I remembered, too, my annoyance when I discovered that this notebook was nowhere to be found, although I was aware that I had put it away in some place that I thought particularly safe. I can still see myself hunting for it in the little study of the house I had in a London suburb at the time, and at last giving up the quest in despair. Then the years went on, and many things happened, so that in the end, both notes and the story they outlined were forgotten. Now they have appeared again from the dust heap of the past, reviving many memories, and I set out the tale of this particular chapter of the history of the adventurous life of my beloved friend Allan Quartermain, who so long ago was gathered to the shades that await us all. One night after a day's shooting, we, that is, old Allan, Sir Henry Curtis, Captain Good, and I, were seated in the smoking room of Quartermain's house, the Grange, in Yorkshire, smoking and talking of many things. I happened to mention that I had read a paragraph, copied from an American paper, which stated that a huge reptile of an antediluvian kind had been seen by some hunters in a swamp of the Zambezi, and asked Allan if he believed the story. He shook his head and answered, in a cautious fashion, which suggested to me, I remember, his unwillingness to give his views as to the continued existence of such creatures on the earth, that Africa is a big place, and it was possible that in its recesses prehistoric animals or reptiles lingered on. I know that this is the case with snakes, he continued hurriedly, as though to avoid the larger topic, for once I came across one as large as the biggest anaconda that is told of in South America, or occasionally they are said to reach a length of 60 feet or even more. Indeed, we killed it, or rather my Hottentot servant Hans did, after it had crushed and swallowed one of our party. This snake was worshipped as a kind of god, and might have given rise to the tale of enormous reptiles. Also, to omit other experiences of which I prefer not to speak, I have seen an elephant so much above the ordinary in size that it might have belonged to a prehistoric age. This elephant had been known for centuries and was named Jana. "Did you kill it?" inquired Good, peering at him through his eyeglass in his quick, inquisitive way. Allan colored beneath his tan and wrinkles and said, rather sharply for him, who was so gentle and hard to irritate, "Have you not learned, Good, that you should never ask a hunter, and above all, a professional hunter, whether he did or did not kill a particular head of game, unless he volunteers the information? However, if you want to know, I did not kill that elephant. It was Hans who killed it, and thereby saved my life. I missed it with both barrels, at a distance of a few yards." "Oh, I say, Quartermain," ejaculated the irrepressible Good, "do you mean to tell us that you missed a particularly big elephant that was only a few yards off? You must have been in a pretty fright to do that." "Have I not said that I missed it, Good? For the rest, perhaps you are right, and I was frightened, for as you know, I never set myself up as a person remarkable for courage. In the circumstances of the encounter with this beast, Jana, any one might have been frightened, indeed, even you yourself, Good. Or if you choose to be charitable, you may conclude that there were other reasons for that disgraceful exhibition of which I cannot bear to think and much less to talk, seeing that in the end it brought about the death of old Hans, whom I loved." Now Good was about to answer again, for argument was as the breath of his nostrils, but I saw Sir Henry stretch out his long leg and kick him on the shin, after which he was silent. "To return," said Allan hastily, as one does who desires to escape from an unpleasant subject. "In the course of my life, I did once meet, not with a prehistoric reptile, but with a people who worshipped a monster god, or fetish, of which perhaps the origin may have been a survival from the ancient world." He stopped with the air of one who meant to say no more, and I asked eagerly, "What was it, Allan?" "To answer that would involve a long story, my friend," he replied, "and one that, if I told it, Good, I am sure, would not believe. Also, it is getting late and might bore you. Indeed, I could not finish it tonight. There are whiskey, soda, tobacco, and whatever Curtis and Good may do. Here, fortified by these, I remain between you and the door, until you tell me that tale, Allan. You know it is rude to go to bed before your guests, So please, get on with it at once, I added, laughing. The old boy hummed and hawed and looked cross. But as we all sat round him, in an irritating silence, which seemed to get upon his nerves, he began at last. Well, if you will have it, many years ago, when by comparison I was a young man, I camped one day well up among the slopes of the Drakensberg. I was going up Pretoria way with a load of trade goods, which I hoped to dispose of amongst the natives beyond, and when I had done so, to put in a month or two game shooting towards the north. As it happened, when we were in an open space of ground between two of the foothills of the berg, we got caught in a most awful thunderstorm, one of the worst that ever I experienced. If I remember right, it was about mid-January, and you, my friend, this was addressed to me, know what Natal thunderstorms can be at that hot time of the year. It seemed to come upon us from 2 quarters of the sky, the fact being that it was a twin storm of which the component parts were traveling towards each other. The air grew thick and dense. Then came the usual moaning, icy wind, followed by something like darkness, although it was early in the afternoon. On the peaks of the mountains around us, lightnings were already playing, but as yet I heard no thunder, and there was no rain. In addition to the driver and voorlooper of the wagon, I had with me Hans, of whom I was speaking just now, a little wrinkled Hottentot who from my boyhood had been the companion of my journeys and adventures. It was he who came with me as my after-rider when as a very young man I accompanied Piet Retief on that fatal embassy to Dingaan, the Zulu king, of whom practically all except Hans and myself were massacred. He was a curious, witty little fellow, of uncertain age, and of his sort one of the cleverest men in Africa. I never knew his equal in resource or in following a spoor, but like all Hottentots he had his faults. Thus, whenever he got the chance, he would drink like a fish and become a useless nuisance. He had his virtues also, since he was faithful as a dog, and, well, he loved me as a dog loves the master that has reared it from a blind puppy. For me he would do anything, lie, steal, or commit murder, and think it no wrong, but rather a holy duty. Yes, and any day he was prepared to die for me, as in the end he did. Allan paused, ostensibly to knock out his pipe, which was unnecessary, as he had only just filled it, but really, I think, to give himself a chance of turning towards the fire, in front of which he was standing, and thus to hide his face. Presently he swung round upon his heel in the light, quick fashion that was one of his characteristics, and went on. I was walking in front of the wagon, keeping a lookout for bad places and stones in what in those days was by courtesy called the road, though in fact it was nothing but a track twisting between the mountains, and just behind, in his usual place, for he always stuck to me like a shadow, was Hans. Presently I heard him cough, in a hollow fashion, as was his custom when he wanted to call my attention to anything, and asked over my shoulder, "What is it, Hans?" "Nothing, boss," he answered, "only that there is a big storm coming up. 2 storms, boss, not one, and when they meet, they will begin to fight, and there will be plenty of spears flying about in the sky, and then both those clouds will weep rain, or perhaps hail." "Yes," I said, "there is, but as I don't see anywhere to shelter, there is nothing to be done." Hans came level with me, and coughed again, twirling his dirty apology for a hat in his skinny fingers, thereby intimating that he had a suggestion to make. "Many years ago, boss," he said, pointing with his chin towards a mass of tumbled stones at the foot of a mountain slope about a mile to our left. "There used to be a big cave yonder, for once when I was a boy I sheltered in it with some bushmen. It was after the Zulus had cleaned out Natal, and there was nothing to eat in the land, so that the people who were left fed upon one another." "Then how did the bushmen live, Hans?" "On slugs and grasshoppers for the most part, boss, and buck when they were lucky enough to kill any with their poisoned arrows. Fried caterpillar are not bad, boss, nor are locusts when you can get nothing else. I remember that I, who was starving, grew fat on them." "You mean that we had better make for this cave of yours, Hans, if you are sure that it's there." "Yes, boss, caves can't run away, and though it is many years ago, I don't forget a place where I have lived for 2 months." I looked at those advancing clouds and reflected. They were uncommonly black, and evidently there was going to be the devil of a storm. Moreover, the situation was not pleasant, for we were crossing a patch of ironstone, on which, as I knew from experience, lightning always strikes, and a wagon and a team of oxen have an attraction for electric flashes. While I was reflecting, a party of Kaffirs came up from behind, running for all they were worth, no doubt to seek shelter. They were dressed in their finery, evidently people going to or returning from a wedding feast, young men and girls, most of them, and as they went by, one of them shouted to me, whom evidently he knew, as did most of the natives in those parts, "Hurry, hurry, Macumazahn, as you know the Zulus called me. Hurry, this place is beloved of lightnings." And he pointed with his dancing stick, first to the advancing tempest, and then to the ground where the ironstone cropped up. That decided me, and running back to the wagon, I told the voorlooper to follow Hans, and the driver to flog up the oxen. Then I scrambled in behind, and off we went, turning to the left, and heading for the place at the foot of the slope, where Hans said the cave was. Luckily the ground was fairly flat and open, hard too. Moreover, although he had not been there for so many years, Hans' memory of the spot was perfect. Indeed, as he said, it was one of his characteristics never to forget any place that he had once visited. Thus from the driving box to which I had climbed, suddenly I saw him direct the voorlooper to bear sharply to the right, and could not imagine why, as the surface there seemed to be similar to that over which we were traveling. As we passed it, however, I perceived the reason, for here was a ground spring, which turned a large patch of an acre or more into a swamp, where certainly we should have been bogged. It was the same with other obstacles that I need not detail. By now, a great stillness pervaded the air, and the gloom grew so thick that the front oxen looked shadowy. Also it became very cold. The lightning continued to play upon the mountain crests, but still there was no thunder. There was something frightening and unnatural in the aspect of nature. Even the cattle felt it, for they strained at the yokes and went off very fast indeed, without the urgings of whip or shouts, as though they too knew they were flying from peril. Doubtless they did, since instinct has its voices which speak to everything that breathes. For my part, my nerves became affected, and I hoped earnestly that we should soon reach that cave. Presently I hoped it still more, for at length those clouds met, and from their edges, as they kissed each other, came an awful burst of fire. Perhaps it was a thunderbolt that rushed down and struck the earth with a loud detonation. At any rate, it caused the ground to shake and me to wish that I were anywhere else, for it fell within 50 yards of the wagon, exactly where we had been a minute or so before. Simultaneously, there was a most awful crash of thunder, showing that the tempest now lay immediately overhead. This was the opening of the ball, the first sudden burst of music. Then the dance began, with sheets and forks of flame for dancers, and the great sky for the floor upon which they performed. It is difficult to describe such a hellish tempest, because as you, my friend, who have seen them, will know, they are beyond description. Lightnings, everywhere lightnings, flash upon flash of them, of all shapes. One I remember looked like a crown of fire, encircling the brow of a giant cloud. Moreover, they seemed to leap upwards from the earth, as well as downwards from the heaven, to the accompaniment of one continuous roar of thunder. "Where the deuce is your cave?" I yelled into the ear of Hans, who had climbed onto the driving box beside me. He shrieked something in answer, which I could not catch because of the tumult, and pointed to the base of the mountain slope, now about 200 yards away. The oxen skrecked and began to gallop, causing the wagon to bump and sway so that I thought it would overset, and the voorlooper to leave hold of the rein and run alongside of them for fear lest he should be trodden to death, guiding them as best he could, which was not well. Luckily, however, they ran in the right direction. On we tore, the driver plying his whip to keep the beasts straight, and as I could see from the motion of his lips, swearing his hardest in Dutch and Zulu, though not a word reached my ears. At length they were brought to a halt by the steep slope of the mountain, and proceeded to turn round and tie themselves into a kind of knot, after the fashion of frightened oxen, that for any reason can no longer pull their load. We leaped down, and began to outspan them, getting the yokes off as quickly as we could. No easy job, I can tell you, both because of the mess in which they were, and for the reason that it must be carried out literally under fire, since the flashes were falling all about us. Momentarily I expected that one of them would catch the wagon and make an end of us and our story. Indeed, I was so frightened that I was sorely tempted to leave the oxen to their fate and bolt to the cave, if cave there were, for I could see none. However, pride came to my aid, for if I ran away, how could I ever expect my Kaffirs to stand again in a difficulty? Be as much afraid as you like, but never show fear before a native. If you do, your influence over him is gone. You are no longer the great white chief of higher blood and breeding. You are just a common fellow, like himself, inferior to himself indeed, if he chances to be a brave specimen of a people among whom most of the men are brave. So I pretended to take no heed of the lightnings, even when one struck a thorn tree not more than 30 paces away. I happened to be looking in that direction and saw the thorn in the flare, every bough of it. Next second, all I saw was a column of dust. The thorn had gone, and one of its splinters hit my hat. With the others, I tugged and kicked at the oxen, getting the thongs off the yoke skice as best I could, till at length all were loose and galloping away to seek shelter under overhanging rocks, or where they could, in accordance with their instincts. The last two, the pole oxen, valuable beasts, were particularly difficult to free, as they were trying to follow their brethren, and strained at the yokes so much that in the end I had to cut the rimpies, as I could not get them out of the notches of the yoke skice. Then they tore off after the others, but did not get far, poor brutes, for presently I saw both of them, they were running together, go down as though they were shot through the heart. A flash had caught them. One of them never stirred again. The other lay on its back, kicking for a few seconds, then grew as still as its yoke mate. "And what did you say?" inquired Good, in a reflective voice. "What would you have said, Good," asked Allan severely, "if you had lost your best 2 oxen in such a fashion, and happened not to have a 6pence with which to buy others? Well, we all know your command of strong language, so I do not think I need ask you to answer." "I should have said," began Good, bracing himself to the occasion, but Allan cut him short with a wave of his hand. "Something about Jupiter tonans, no doubt," he said. Then he went on. "Well, what I said was only overheard by the recording angel, though perhaps Hans guessed it, for he screamed at me. 'It might have been us, boss. When the sky is angry, it will have something. Better the oxen than us, boss.' 'The cave, you idiot,' I roared. 'Shut your mouth and take us to the cave, if there is one, for here comes the hail.' Hans grinned and nodded, then, hastened by a large hailstone, which hit him on the head, began to skip up the hill at a surprising rate, beckoning to the rest of us to follow. Presently we came to a tumbled pile of rocks, through which we dodged and scrambled in the gloom that now, when the hail had begun to fall, was denser than ever between the flashes. At the back of the biggest of these rocks, Hans dived among some bushes, dragging me after him between 2 stones that formed a kind of natural gateway to a cavity beyond. "This is the place, boss," he said, wiping the blood that ran down his forehead from a cut in the head made by the hailstone. As he spoke, a particularly vivid flash showed me that we were in the mouth of a cavern of unknown size. That it must be large, however, I guessed from the echoes of the thunder that followed the flash, which seemed to reverberate in that hollow place from unmeasured depths in the bowels of the mountain. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Heu-Heu or the Monster by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Picture in the Cave. We did not reach the cave too soon, for as the boys scrambled into it after us, the hail began to come down in earnest, and you fellows know, or at any rate have heard, what African hail can be, especially among the mountains of the Berg. I have known it to go through sheets of galvanized iron like rifle bullets, and really I believe that some of the stones which fell on this occasion would have pierced 2 of them put together, for they were as big as flints, and jagged at that. If anybody had been caught in that particular storm on the open veldt, without a wagon to creep under or a saddle to put over his head, I doubt whether he would have lived to see a clear sky again. The driver, who was already almost weeping with distress over the loss of Captain and Deutschmann, as the 2 pole oxen were named, grew almost crazed because he thought that the hail would kill the others, and actually wanted to run out into it, with the wild idea of herding them into some shelter. I told him to sit still and not be a fool, since we could do nothing to help them. Hans, who had a habit of growing religious when there was lightning about, remarked sententiously that he had no doubt that the great in the sky would look after the cattle, since my reverend father, who had converted him to the particular faith or mixture of faiths which, with Hans, passed for Christianity, had told him that the cattle on 1,000 hills were his especial property, and here in the Berg were they not among the 1,000 hills. The Zulu driver, who had not found religion, but was just a raw savage, replied with point that, if that were so, the great might have protected Captain and Deutschmann, which he had clearly neglected to do. Then, after the fashion of some furious woman, by way of relieving his nerves, he fell to abusing Hans, whom he called a yellow jackal, adding that the tail of the worst of the oxen was of more value than his whole body, and that he wished his worthless skin were catching the hailstones instead of their inestimable hides. These nasty remarks about his personal appearance irritated Hans, who drew up his lips, as does an angry dog, and replied in suitable language, which involved reflections upon that Zulu's family, and especially on his mother. In short, had I not intervened, there would have been a very pretty row that might have ended in a blow from a carry or a knife thrust. This, however, I did with vigor, saying that he who spoke another word should be kicked out of the cave to keep company with the hail and the lightning, after which peace was restored. That storm went on for a long while, for after it had seemed to go away, it returned again, traveling in a circle, as such tempests sometimes do, and when the hail was finished, it was followed by torrential rain. The result was that by the time the thunder had ceased to roar and echo among the mountain tops, darkness was at hand, so it became evident that we must stop where we were for the night, especially as the boys who had gone out to look for the oxen reported that they could not find them. This was not pleasant, as the cave was uncommonly cold, and the wagon was too soaked with the rain to sleep in. Here, however, once more, Hans' memory came in useful. Having borrowed my matches, he crept off down the cave, and presently returned, dragging a quantity of wood after him, dusty and worm-eaten looking wood, but dry and very suitable for firing. "Where did you get that?" I asked. "Boss," he replied, "when I lived in this place with the Bushmen, long before those black children," this insult referred to the driver and the voorlooper, Mavoon and Induka by name, "were begotten of their unknown fathers, I hid away a great stock of wood for the winter, or in case I should ever come back here, and there it is still, covered with stones and dust. The ants that run about the ground do the same thing, boss, that their children may have food when they are dead. So now if those Kaffirs will help me to get the wood, we may have a good fire and be warm." Marveling at the little Hottentot's foresight, that was bred into his blood by the necessities of 100 generations of his forefathers, I bade the others to accompany him to the cache, which they did, glowering, with the result that, presently, we had a glorious fire. Then I fetched some food, for luckily I had killed a diker buck that morning, the flesh of which we toasted on the embers, and with it a bottle of square face from the wagons, so that soon we were eating a splendid dinner. I know that there are many who do not approve of giving spirits to natives, but for my part, I have found that when they are chilled and tired, a tot does them no harm and wonderfully improves their tempers. The trouble was to prevent Hans from getting more than one, to do which I made a bedfellow of that bottle of square face. When we were filled, I lit my pipe and began to talk with Hans, whom the grog had made loquacious and therefore interesting. He asked me how old the cave was, and I told him that it was as old as the mountains of the Berg. He answered that he had thought so because there were footprints stamped in the rock floor further down it, and turned to stone, which were not made by any beasts that he had ever heard of or seen, which footprints he would show me on the morrow, if I cared to look at them. Further, that there were queer bones lying about, also turned to stone, that he thought must have belonged to giants. He believed that he could find some of these bones when the sun shone into the cave in the early morning. Then I explained to Hans and the Kaffirs how once, thousands and thousands of years ago, before there were any men in the world, great creatures had lived there, huge elephants and reptiles as large as 100 crocodiles made into one, and as I had been told, enormous apes, much bigger than any gorilla. They were very interested, and Hans said that it was quite true about the apes, since he had seen a picture of one of them, or of a giant that looked like an ape. "Where?" I asked. "In a book?" "No, boss, here in this cave. The Bushmen made it 10,000 years ago," by which he meant at some indefinite time in the past. Now I bethought me of a fabulous creature called the Goloko, which was said to inhabit an undefined area of swamps on the east coast and elsewhere. This animal, in which I may add, I did not in the least believe, for I set it down as a native bogey, was supposed to be at least 8 foot high, to be covered with gray hair, and to have a claw in the place of toes. My chief authority for it was a strange old Portuguese hunter whom I had once known, who swore that he had seen its footprints in the mud, also that it had killed one of his men and twisted the head off his body. I asked Hans if he had ever heard of it. He replied that he had, under another name, that of Milhoy, I think, but that the devil painted in the cave was larger than that. Now I thought that he was pitching me a yarn, as natives will, and said that, if so, he had better show me the picture forthwith. "Best wait until the sun shines in the morning, boss," he replied, "for then the light will be good. Also, this devil is not nice to look at night." "Show it me," I repeated with asperity. "We have lanterns from the wagon." So, somewhat unwillingly, Hans led the way up the cave for 50 paces or more, for the place was very big, he carrying one lantern and I another, while the 2 Zulus followed with candles in their hands. As we went, I saw that on the walls there were many Bushman paintings, also 1 or 2 of the carvings of this strange people. Some of these paintings seemed quite fresh, while others were faded, or perhaps the ochre used by the primitive artist had flaked off. They were of the usual character, drawings of elands and other buck, being hunted by men who shot at them with arrows, also of elephants and a lion charging at some spearmen. One, however, which, oddly enough, was the best preserved of any of the collection, excited me enormously. It represented men whose faces were painted white, and who seemed to wear a kind of armor, and queer pointed caps upon their heads, of the sort that I believe are known as Phrygian, attacking a native kraal, of which the reed fence was clearly indicated, as were the round huts behind. Moreover, to the left, some of these men were dragging away women to what, from a series of wavy lines, looked like a rude representation of the sea. I stared and gasped, for surely here before me was a picture of Phoenicians carrying out one of their women-hunting raids, as ancient writers tell us it was their habit to do. And if so, that picture must have been painted by a Bushman who lived at least 2,000 years ago, and possibly more. The thing was amazing. Hans, however, did not seem to be interested, but pushed on as though to finish a disagreeable task, and I was obliged to follow him, fearing lest I should be lost in the recesses of that vast cave. Presently he came to a crevice in the side of the cavern, which I should have passed unnoticed, as it was exactly like many others. "Here is the place, boss," he said, "just as it used to be. Now follow me, and be careful where you step, for there are cracks in the floor." So I squeezed myself into the opening, where, although I am not very large, there was barely room for me to pass. Within its lips was a narrow tunnel, either cut out by water, or formed by the rush of explosive gases hundreds of thousands of years ago. I think the latter, as the roof, which was not more than 8 or 9 feet from the floor, had sharp points and roughnesses that showed no water wear. But as I have not the faintest idea how these great African caves were formed, I will not attempt to discuss the matter. This floor, however, was quite smooth, as though for many generations it had been worn by the feet of men, which no doubt was the case. When we had crept 10 or 12 paces down the tunnel, Hans called to me to stand quite still, not to move on any account. I obeyed him, wondering, and by the light of my lantern saw him lift his own, which had a loop of hide fastened through the tin eye at the top of it for convenience in hanging it up in the wagon, and set it, or rather the hide loop, round his neck, so that it hung upon his back. Then he flattened himself against the side of the cavern, with his face to the wall, as though he did not wish to see what was behind him, and cautiously crept forward with sidelong steps, gripping the roughnesses in the rock with his hands. When he had gone some 20 or 30 feet in this crab-like fashion, he turned and said, "Now, boss, you must do as I did." "Why?" I asked. "Hold down the lantern, and you will see, boss." I did so, and perceived that a pace or two farther on there was a great chasm in the floor of the tunnel of unknown depth, since the lamplight did not penetrate to its bottom. Also I noted that the ledge at the side that formed the bridge by which Hans had passed was nowhere more than 12 inches, and in some places less than 6 inches wide. "Is it deep?" I asked. By way of answer, Hans found a bit of broken rock and threw it into the gulf. I listened, and it was quite a long while before I heard it strike below. "I told the boss," said Hans in a superior tone, "that he had better wait until tomorrow, when some light comes down this hole. But the boss would not listen to me, and doubtless he knows best. Now, would the boss like to go back to bed, as I think wisest, and return tomorrow?" If the truth were known, there was nothing that I should have liked better, for the place was detestable. But I was in such a rage with Hans for playing me this trick, that even if I thought that I was going to break my neck, I would not give him the pleasure of mocking me in his sly way. "No," I answered quietly. "I will go to bed when I have seen this picture you talk about, and not before." Now Hans grew alarmed, and begged me, in good earnest, not to try to cross the gulf, which reminded me vaguely of the parable of Abraham and Dives in the Bible, and myself playing the part of Dives, except that I was not thirsty, and Hans did not in any way resemble Abraham. "I see how it is," I said. "There is not any picture, and you are simply playing one of your monkey tricks on me. Well, I'm coming to look, and if I find you have been telling lies, I'll make you sorry for yourself." "The picture is there, or was when I was young," answered Hans sullenly. "And for the rest, the boss knows best. If he breaks every bone in his body presently, don't let him blame me, and I pray that he will tell the truth, all of it, to his reverend father in the sky, who left him in my charge, saying that Hans begged him not to come, but that because of his evil temper he would not listen. Meanwhile, the boss had better take off his boots, since the feet of those bushmen, whose spooks I feel all about me, have made the ledge very slippery." In silence I sat down and removed my boots, thinking to myself that I would gladly give all my savings that were on deposit in the bank at Durban to be spared this ordeal. What a strange thing is the white man's pride, especially if he be of the Anglo-Saxon breed, or what passes by that name. There was no need for me to take this risk, yet rather than be secretly mocked at by Hans and those Kaffirs, here I was about to do so, just for pride's sake. In my heart I cursed Hans, and the cave, and the hole, and the picture, and the thunderstorm that brought me there, and everything else I could remember. Then, as it had no strap like that of Hans, although it smelt horribly, I took the tin loop of my lantern in my teeth, because it seemed the only thing to do, put up a silent but most earnest prayer, and started as though I liked the job. To tell the truth, I remember little of that journey except that it seemed to take about 3 hours instead of under a minute, and the voices of woe and lamentation from the 2 Zulus behind, who insisted upon bidding me a tender farewell as I proceeded, amidst other demonstrations of affection, calling me their father and their mother for 4 generations. Somehow I wiggled myself along that accursed ridge, shoving my stomach as hard as I could against the wall of the passage, as though this organ possessed some prehensile quality, and groping for knobs of rock on which I broke 2 of my nails. However, I did get over all right, although, just towards the end, one of my feet slipped, and I opened my mouth to say something, with the result that the lantern fell into the abyss, taking with it a loose front tooth. But Hans stretched out his skinny hand, and meaning to catch me by the coat collar, got hold of my left ear, and thus painfully supported, I came to firm ground and cursed him into heaps. Although some might have thought my language pointed, he did not resent it in the least, being too delighted at my safe arrival. "Never mind the tooth, boss," he said. "It is best that it should be gone without knowing it, as it were, because you see you can now eat crusts and hard biltong again, which you have not been able to do for months. The lantern, however, is another matter, though perhaps we can get a new one at Pretoria, or wherever we go." Recovering myself, I peered over the edge of the abyss. There, far, far below, I saw my lantern, which was of a sort that burns oil, flaring upon a bed of something white, for the container had burst, and all the oil was on fire. "What is that white stuff down there?" I asked. "Lime?" "No, boss. It is the broken bones of men. Once when I was young, with the help of the bushmen, I let myself down by a rope that we twisted out of rushes and buckskins, just to look, boss. There is another cave underneath this one, boss, but I didn't go into it because I was frightened." "And how did all those bones come there, Hans? Why, there must be hundreds of them." "Yes, boss, many hundreds, and they came this way. Since the beginning of the world, the Bushmen lived in this cave and set a trap here by laying branches over the hole and covering them with dust, so that they looked like rock. Just as one makes a game pit, boss. Yes, they did this until the last of them were killed not so long ago by the Boers and Zulus, whose sheep and beasts they stole. Then, when their enemies attacked them, which was often, for it has always been right to kill Bushmen, they would run down the cave and into the cleft and creep along the narrow edge of rock, which they could do with their eyes shut. But the silly Kaffirs, or whoever it might be, running after them to kill them, would fall through the branches and get killed themselves. They must have done this quite often, boss, since there are such a lot of their skulls down there, many of them quite black with age, and turned to stone." "One might have thought that the Kaffirs would have grown wiser, Hans." "Yes, boss, but the dead keep their wisdom to themselves, for I believe that when all the attackers were in the passage, then other Bushmen, who had been hiding in the cave, came up behind and shot them with poisoned arrows and drove them on into the hole, so that none went back. Indeed, the Bushmen told me that this used to be their father's plan. Also, if any did escape. In a generation or two, all was forgotten. And the same thing happened again, because, boss, there are always plenty of fools in the world, and the fool who comes after is just as big as the fool who went before. Death spills the water of wisdom upon the sand, boss, and sand is thirsty stuff that soon grows dry again. If it were not so, boss, men would soon stop falling in love with women, and yet even great ones, like you, boss, fall in love. Having delivered this thrust, in order to prevent the possibility of answer, Hans began to chat with the driver and the voorlooper on the other side of the gulf. "Be quick and come over, you brave Zulus there," he said, "for you are keeping your chief waiting, and me also." The Zulus, holding their candles forward, peered into the pit below. "Ow," said one of them. "Are we bats that we can fly over a hole like that? Or baboons that we can climb on a shelf no wider than a spear? Or flies that we can walk upon a wall? Ow, we are not coming. We will wait here. That road is only for yellow monkeys like you, or for those who have the white man's magic, like the Inkoos Macumazahn." "No," replied Hans reflectively, "you are none of these creatures, which are all of them good in their way. You are just a couple of low-born Kaffir cowards, black skins blown up to look like men. I, the yellow jackal, can walk the gulf, and the boss can walk the gulf, but you, windbags, cannot even float over it, for fear lest you should burst in the middle. Well, windbags, float back to the wagon, and fetch the coil of small rope that is in the voorkissie, for we may want it." One of them replied in a humbled voice that they did not take orders from him, a Hottentot, whereon I said, "Go and fetch the rope, and return at once." So they went with a dejected air, for Hans' winged words had gone home, and again they learned that at the end he always got the best of a quarrel. The truth is that they were as brave as men can be, but no Zulu is any good underground, and, least of all in the dark, in a place that he thinks haunted. "Now, boss," said Hans, "we will go and look at the picture. That is, unless you are quite sure I am lying, and that there is no picture, in which case it is not worth while to take the trouble. And you had better sit here and cut your broken nails until Mavoon and Induka come back with the rope." "Oh, get on, you poisonous little vermin," I said, exasperated by his jeers, emphasizing my words with a tremendous kick. Here, however, I made a great mistake, since I had forgotten that at the moment I lacked boots, and either Hans carried a collection of hard articles in the seat of his filthy trousers, or his posterior was of a singularly stone-like nature. In short, I hurt my toes most abominably, and him not at all. "Ah, boss," said Hans with a sweet smile, "you should remember what your reverend father taught me, always to put on your boots before you kick against the thorn pricks. I have a gimlet and some nails in my pistol pocket, boss, that I was using this morning to mend that box of yours." Then he bolted incontinently, lest I should experiment on his head and see if there were nails in that also, and as he had the only lantern, I was obliged to limp, or rather to hop, after him. The passage, of which the floor was still worn smooth by thousands of dead feet, went on straight for 8 or 10 paces, and then bent to the right. When we came to this elbow in it, I saw a light ahead of me, which I could not understand, till presently I found myself standing in a kind of pit or funnel. It may have measured some 30 feet across, that rose from the level at which we stood, right through the strata, to the mountainside, 80 or 100 feet above us. What had formed it thus, I cannot conceive, but there it was, a funnel, as I have said, in shape exactly like those that are used when beer is poured into barrels or port wine into a decanter, the place on which we were being, of course, its narrower end. The light that I had seen came, therefore, from the sky, which, now that the tempest had passed away, was clean-washed and beautiful, sown with stars also, for at the moment a dense black cloud remaining from the storm hid the moon, now just past its full. For a little way, perhaps 25 feet, the sides of this tunnel were almost sheer, after which they sloped outwards steeply to the mouth of the pit in the mountain flank. One other peculiarity I noticed, namely, that on the western face of the tunnel, which, as it chanced, was in front of us as we stood, just where it began to expand, projected a sloping ridge of rock, like to the roof of a lean-to shed, which ridge ran right across this face. "Well, Hans," I said, when I had inspected this strange natural cavity, "where is your picture? I don't see it." "Wacht ein beetje," that is, wait a bit, "Boss. The moon is climbing up that cloud. Presently she will get to the top of it, and then you will see the picture, unless someone has rubbed it out since I was young." I turned to look at the cloud, and to witness a sight of which I never have grown tired, the uprising of the glorious African moon out of her secret halls of blackness. Already silver rays of light were shooting across the vastness of the firmament, causing the stars to pale. Then suddenly her bent edge appeared, and with extraordinary swiftness grew and grew, till the whole splendid orb emerged from a bed of inky vapor, and for a while rested on its marge, perfect, wonderful. In an instant our whole was filled with light so strong and clear that by it I could have read a letter. For a few moments I stood thrilled with the beauty of the scene, and forgetting all else in its contemplation, till Hans said with a hoarse cackle, "Now turn round, boss, and look at the pretty picture." I did so, and followed the line of his outstretched hand, which pointed to that face of the rock with the pent roof that looked towards the east. Next second, my friends, I am not exaggerating, I nearly fell backwards. Have any of you fellows ever had a nightmare in which you dreamed you were in hell and suddenly met the devil tete-a-tete all by your little selves? At any rate I have, and there in front of me was the devil, only much worse than fond fancy can paint him, even with the brush of the acutest indigestion. Imagine a monster double life-size, that is to say, 11 or 12 feet high, brilliantly portrayed in the best ochres of which these bushmen have always had the secret, namely white, red, black, and yellow, and with eyes formed apparently of polished lumps of rock crystal. Imagine this thing as a huge ape, to which the biggest gorilla would be but a child, and yet not an ape but a man, and yet not a man but a fiend. It was covered with hair like an ape, long gray hair that grew in tufts. It had a great red bushy beard like a man. Its limbs were tremendous, the arms being of abnormal length, like to the arms of a gorilla, but, mark this, it had no fingers, only a great claw where the thumb should be. The rest of the hand was all grown together into one piece like a duck's foot, although what should have been the finger part was flexible, and could grip like fingers, as shall be seen. At least that is what the picture suggested, though it occurred to me afterwards that it might represent the creature as wearing fingerless gloves, such as men in this country use when cutting fences. The feet, however, which were certainly shown as bare, were the same. I mean that there were no toes, only one terrible claw where the big toe should be. The carcass was enormous. Supposing it to have been drawn from life, the original, I should guess, would have weighed at least 30 stone. The chest was vast, indicating gigantic strength, and the paunch beneath wrinkled and protuberant. But, and here came one of the human touches, about its middle, the thing wore a mucha, or rather a hide, tied round it by the leg skins, which hide seemed to have been dressed. So much for the body. Now for the head and face. These I know not how to describe, but I will try. The neck was as that of a bull, and perched horribly on the top of it was a quite small head, which, notwithstanding the great red beard whereof I have spoken, that grew upon the chin, and a wide mouth, from whose upper jaw projected yellow tushes, like to those of a baboon, that hung over the lower lip, was curiously feminine in appearance. Indeed, that of an old she-devil, with an aquiline nose. The brow, however, was disproportionate to the rest of the face, being prominent, massive, and not unintellectual, while set deep in it, and unnaturally far apart, were those awful glaring crystal eyes. That was not all, for the creature seemed to be laughing cruelly, and the drawing showed why it laughed. One of its feet was set upon the body of a man, into which the great claw was driven deep. One of its hands held the head of the man, that evidently it had just twisted from the body. The other hand grasped by the hair a living naked girl, badly drawn, as though this detail had not interested the artist, whom apparently it was about to drag away. "Isn't it a pretty picture, boss?" sniggered Hans. "Now the boss will not say that I tell lies. No, not for quite a week." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Heu-Heu, or the Monster, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Opener of Roads. I stared and stared, then was overcome with faintness, and sat down upon the ground. "I see you laughing at me, young man." This was addressed to me, the recorder of the tale, who no doubt have already decided that this drawing was the work of some imaginative bushman who had gone mad, and set down upon the rock the hellish dream of a mind diseased. Of course, that was the conclusion I came to myself next morning, though afterwards I changed my opinion, but at the time it did not strike me like that. The place was lonesome and eerie, a horrible place, with a pit full of bones nearby, heavily silent also, except for a distant hyena or jackal, howling at the moon, and I had gone through some trials that day, the passage of the death pit, for instance, which reminded me of the oubliettes in ancient Norman castles that I have read of, down which prisoners were hurled to doom. Also, as you may have observed, even in your short career, moonlight differs from sunlight, and we, or some of us, are much more affected by horrible things at night than we are by day. At any rate, I sat down because I felt faint, and thought that I was going to be ill. "What is it, boss?" queried the observant Hans, still mocking. "If you want to be sick, boss, please don't mind me, for I'll turn my back. I remember that I was sick myself when I first saw Heu-Heu. Just there," he added reminiscently, pointing to a certain spot. "Why do you call that thing Heu-Heu, Hans?" I asked, trying to master the reflex action of my interior arrangements. "Because that is his nice name, boss, given him by his mammy when he was little, perhaps." Here I nearly was sick. The idea of that creature with a mother almost finished me, like the sight and smell of a bit of fat bacon in a gale at sea. "How do you know that?" I gurgled. "Because the Bushmen told me, boss. They said that their fathers, 1,000 years ago, knew this Heu-Heu far away, and that they left that part of the country because of him, as they never slept well at night there, just like a boar when another boar comes and builds a house within 6 miles of him, boss. I think they meant that they heard Heu-Heu when he talked, for they told me that their great-great-grandfathers could hear him doing it and beating his breast when he was miles away. But I dare say they lied, for I don't believe they really knew anything about Heu-Heu, or who painted his portrait on the rock, boss." "No," I answered, "nor do I. Well, Hans, I think I have had enough of your friend Heu-Heu for this evening, and should like to go back to bed." "Yes, boss, so should I, boss. Still, take another good look at him before you leave. You don't see a picture like that every night, boss, and you know you wanted to come." Now, I would have kicked Hans again, but luckily I remembered those nails in his pocket in time, so, after one lingering glance, I only rose and loftily motioned to him to lead on. This was the last that I saw of the likeness of Heu-Heu, or Beelzebub, or whoever the monster may have been. Somehow, although I intended to return to examine it more closely by the light of day, when morning came, I thought that I would not risk another scramble over that ledge, but would be satisfied with the memory of first impressions. These, they say, are always the best, like first kisses, as Hans added when I explained this to him. Not that I could forget Heu-Heu. On the contrary, it is not too much to say that this devilish creature haunted me. I could not dismiss that picture as some mere flight of distorted savage imagination from 100 characteristics. I knew, or thought I knew it, erroneously, as I now believe, to be Bushman's work, and was certain that no Bushman, even if he had delirium tremens, not a complaint from which these people ever suffered, because they lacked the opportunity of doing so, could have evolved this monstrous creation out of his own soul. If a Bushman has a soul. No, Bushman or not, that artist was drawing something that he had seen, or thought that he had seen. Of this there were several indications. Thus on Heu-Heu's right arm, the elbow joint was much swollen, as though he had once suffered an injury there. Again, the claw of one of his horrible hands, the left, I think, was broken and divided at the point. Further, there was a wart or protuberance upon the brow, just beneath where the long iron-gray tufts of hair parted in the middle and hung down on each side of the demoniacal, womanish face. Now, the painter must have remembered these blemishes and set them down faithfully, copying from some original, real or imagined. Certainly, I reflected, he would not have invented them. Where then did he get his model? I have mentioned that I had heard rumors of creatures called Nglakos, which I took it, if they existed at all, were peculiarly terrific apes of an unknown variety. Heu-Heu then might be a most distinguished and improved specimen of these apes. Yet that could scarcely be, for this beast was more man than monkey, notwithstanding his huge claws where thumbs and big toes should be. Or perhaps I should say that he was more devil than either. Another idea occurred to me. He might have been the god of these bushmen, only I never heard that they had any god except their own stomachs. Afterwards I questioned Hans on this point, but he replied that he did not know, as the bushmen he lived with in the cave had never told him anything to that effect. It was true, however, that they did not go to the place where the picture was, except through fear of enemies, and that when they did, they would not look or speak about it more than they could help. Perhaps he suggested, with his usual shrewdness, Heu-Heu might be the god of some other people, with whom the bushmen had nothing to do. Another question: when was this work executed? Owing to its sheltered position, the colors were still fairly bright, but it must have been a long while ago. Hans said that the bushmen told him that they did not know who painted it or what it represented, but that it was old, which might mean anything or nothing, since to a people without writing, 5 or 6 generations become remote antiquity. One thing was certain, however, that another of the paintings in that cave was undoubtedly old, that of the Phoenicians raiding a kraal, of which I have spoken, which can scarcely have been executed since the time of Christ. Of this I am sure, for I examined it carefully on the following morning, and it was not more faded than that of the monster. Further, in his picture, a piece of the rock had scaled off just above the left knee, and I had noticed that the surface thus exposed seemed as much weathered as that of the surrounding rock outside the limits of the painting. On the other hand, it must be remembered that the Phoenician picture was under cover, while that of Heu-Heu was exposed to the air and would therefore age more rapidly. Well, all that night I dreamed of this horrid Heu-Heu, dreamed that he was alive and challenging me to fight him, dreamed that someone was calling to me to rescue her. It was certainly her, not him, from the power of the beast, dreamed that I did fight him, and that he got me down, and was about to twist my head off, as he had done to the man in the picture, when something happened, I do not know what, and I woke up, covered with perspiration, and in a most pitiable fright. Now, at the time I visited this cave, I was not far from the borders of Zululand, on one of my trading expeditions, the wagon being laden with blankets, beads, iron pots, knives, hoes, and such other articles as the simple savage loves, or in those days loved to pay for in cattle. Before the storm overtook us, however, I was contemplating leaving the Zulus alone on this trip and trying to break new ground somewhere north of Pretoria, among less sophisticated natives, who might put a higher value on my wares. After seeing Heu-Heu as it chanced, I changed my mind for 2 reasons. The first of these was that the lightning had killed my 2 best oxen, and I thought that I could replace these without cash expenditure in Zululand, where debts were owing to me that I might collect in kind. The second was connected with that confounded and obsessing Heu-Heu. I felt convinced that only one man in the world could tell me about this monster, if indeed there were anything to tell, namely old Zikal, the wizard of the Black Kloof, the thing that should never have been born, as Chaka, the great Zulu king, named him. I think that I have told you all about Zikal before, but in case I have not, I will say that he was the greatest witch doctor who ever lived in Zululand, and the most terrible. No one knew when he was born, but undoubtedly he was very ancient, and under his native name of Opener of Roads, had been known and dreaded in the land for some generations. For many years since my boyhood indeed, he and I had been friends in a fashion, though of course I was aware that from the first he was using me for his own ends, as indeed became very clear before all was done, and he had triumphed over and brought about the fall of the Zulu royal house, which he hated. However, Zikal, like a wise merchant, always paid those who served him with a generous hand, in one coin or another, as he paid those he hated. My coin was information, either historical or concerning the hidden secrets of the strange land of Africa, of which, for all our knowledge, we white men really understand so little. If anyone could give me information about the picture in the cave and its origin, it would be Zikal, and therefore to Zikal I would go. Curiosity about such matters, as perhaps you have guessed, was always one of my besetting sins. We had a great trouble in recovering our remaining 14 oxen, since some of them had wandered far to find cover from the storm. At last, however, they were found uninjured, except for some bruises from the hailstones. For it is wonderful, if they are left alone, how cattle manage to protect themselves against the forces of nature. In Africa, however, they seldom take shelter beneath trees during a thunderstorm, as is their habit here in England, perhaps because such tempests, being so frequent, they have inherited from their progenitors an instinctive knowledge that lightning strikes trees and kills anything that happens to be underneath them. At least that is my experience. Well, we inspanned and trekked away from that remarkable cave. Many years afterwards, by the way, when Hans was dead, I tried to find it again and could not. I thought that I reached the same mountain slope in which it was, but I suppose that I must have been mistaken, since in that neighborhood there are multitudes of such slopes, and on the one that I identified I could discover no trace of the cave. Perhaps this was because there had been a landslide, and with the funnel-like shaft in the mountainside down which the moonlight poured onto the picture of Heu-Heu, the orifice that, it will be remembered, was very small, had been covered up with rocks. Or it may be that I was searching the wrong slope, not having taken my bearings sufficiently when I visited the place at a time of tempest and hurry. Further, I was pressed, and desiring to reach a certain outspan before night fell, could only give about an hour to the quest, and when it failed, was obliged to get on. Nor have I ever met anyone who was acquainted with this cave, so I suppose that it must have been known to the Bushmen and Hans only, dead now, all of them, which is a pity, because of the wonderful paintings that it contains or contained. You will remember I told you that just before the storm broke, we were overtaken by a party of Kaffirs going to or returning from some feast. When we had gone about half a mile, we found one of those Kaffirs again, quite dead, but whether he, the body was that of a young man, had been killed by the lightning or by the hail, I was not sure. Evidently his companions were so frightened that they had left him where he lay, proposing, I suppose, to return and bury him later. So you will see that when it gave us shelter, this cave did us a good turn. Now, I will skip all the details of my trek into Zululand, which was as are other treks, only slower, because it was a hard job to get that heavily laden wagon along with but 14 oxen. Once, indeed, we stuck in a river, the White Umfalasi, quite near to the Nangela rock or cliff, which frowns above a pool of the river. I shall never forget that accident, because it caused me to be the unwilling witness of a very dreadful sight. Whilst we were fast in the drift, a party of men appeared upon the brow of this Nangela rock, about 250 yards away, dragging with them 2 young women. Studying them through my glasses, I came to the conclusion, from the way they moved their heads and stared wildly about them, that these young women were blind, or had been blinded. As I looked at them, wondering what to do, the men seized the women by the arms and hurled them over the edge of the cliff. With a piteous wail, the poor creatures rolled down the stratified rock into the deep pool below, and there the crocodiles got them, for distinctly I saw the rush of the reptiles. Indeed, in this pool they were always on the lookout, as it was a favorite place of execution under the Zulu kings. When their horrible business was finished, the party of slayers, there were about 15 of them, came down to the ford to interview us. At first I thought there might be trouble, and to tell the truth, should not have been sorry, for the sight of this butchery had made me furious and reckless. As soon as they found out, however, that the wagon belonged to me, Macumazahn, they were all amiability, and wading into the water, tackled on to the wheels, with the result that, by their help, we came safe to the farther bank. There I asked their leader who the 2 murdered girls might be. He replied that they were the daughters of Panda the king. I did not question this statement, although, knowing Panda's kindly character, I doubted very much whether they were actually his children. When I asked why they were blind and what crime they had committed, the captain replied that they had been blinded by the order of Prince Cetewayo, who even then was the real ruler of Zululand, because they had looked where they should not. Further inquiry elicited the fact that these unhappy girls had fallen in love with 2 young men and run away with them against the king's orders, or Cetewayo's, which was the same thing. The party were overtaken before they could reach the Natal border, where they would have been safe. The young men were killed at once, and the girls brought up for judgment, with the result that I have described. Such was the end of their honeymoon. Moreover, the captain informed me cheerfully that a body of soldiers had been sent out to kill the fathers and mothers of the young men, and all who could be found in their kraals. This kind of free love must be put a stop to, he said, as there had been too much of it going on. Indeed, he did not know what had come to the young people in Zululand, who had grown very independent of late, contaminated no doubt by the example of the Zulus in Natal, where the white men allowed them to do what they liked without punishment. Then, with a sigh over the degeneracy of the times, this crusted old conservative took a pinch of snuff, bade me a hearty farewell, and departed, singing a little song, which I think he must have invented, as it was about the love of children for their parents. If it had been safe, I should have liked to let him have a charge of shot behind to take away as a souvenir, but it was not. Also, after all, he was but an executive officer, a product of the iron system of Zululand in the day of the kings. Well, I trekked on, trading as I went, and getting paid in cows and heifers, which I sent back to Natal, but could come by no oxen that were fit for the yoke, and much less any that had been broken in, since in those days such were almost unknown in Zululand. However, I did hear of some that had been left behind by a white trader, because they were sick or footsore, I forget which, who took young cattle in exchange for them. These were said now to be fat again, but no one seemed to know exactly where they were. One friendly chief told me, however, that the opener of roads, that is, old Zikal, might be able to do so, as he knew everything, and the oxen had been traded away in his district. Now by this time, although I was still obsessed about Heu-Heu, I had almost made up my mind to abandon the idea of visiting Zikal on this trip, because I had noticed that whenever I did so, always I became involved in arduous and unpleasant adventures as an immediate consequence. Being, however, badly in need of more oxen, for not to mention the two that were dead, others of my team seemed never to have recovered from the effects of the hailstorm, and one or two showed signs of sickness. This news caused me to revert to my original plan. So after consultation with Hans, who also thought it the best thing to be done, I headed for the Black Kloof, which was only 2 days' trek away. Arriving at the mouth of that fateful and forbidding gulf on the afternoon of the second day, I outspanned by the spring, and leaving the cattle in charge of Mavoon and Nduka, walked up it, accompanied by Hans. The place, of course, was just as it had always been, and yet, as it ever did, struck me with a fresh sense of novelty and amazement. In all Africa, I scarcely know a gorge that is so eerie and depressing. Those towering cliff sides that look as though they are about to fall in upon the traveler, the stunted, melancholy aloe plants which grow among the rocks, the pale vegetation, the jackals and hyenas that start away at the sound of voices or echoing footsteps, the dense, dark shadows, the whispering winds that seem to wail about one even when the air is still overhead. Drafts, I suppose, that are drawing backwards and forwards through the gully. All of these are peculiar to it. The ancients used to declare that particular localities had their own genii or spirits, but whether these were believed to be evolved by the locality or to come thither because it suited their character and nature, I do not know. In the Black Kloof and some other spots to which I have wandered, I have often thought of this fable, and almost found myself accepting it as true. But then, what kind of a spirit would it be that chose to inhabit this dreadful gorge? I think some embodiment, no, that word is a contradiction, some impalpable essence of tragedy, some doomed soul, whereof the head was bowed and the wings were leaded with a weight of ineffable and unrepented crime. Well, what need was there to fly to fable and imagine such an invisible inhabitant when Zikal, the thing that should never have been born, was, and for uncounted years had been, the dweller in this tomb-like gulf? Surely he was tragedy personified, and that hoary head of his was crowned with ineffable and unrepented crime. How many had this hideous dwarf brought down to doom, and how many were yet destined to perish in the snares that year by year he wove for them? And yet this sinner had been sinned against, and did but pay back his sufferings in kind. He whose wives and children had been murdered, and whose tribe had been stamped flat beneath the cruel feet of Chaka, whose house he hated and lived on to destroy. Even for Zikal, allowances could be made. He was not altogether bad. Is any man altogether bad, I wonder? Musing thus, I tramped on up the gorge, followed by the dejected Hans, whom the place always depressed, even more than it did myself. "Boss," he said presently, in a hollow whisper, for here he did not dare to speak aloud. "Boss, do you think that the opener of roads was once Heu-Heu himself, who has now shrunk to a dwarf with age, or at any rate that Heu-Heu's spirit lives in him?" "No, I don't," I answered, "for he has fingers and toes like the rest of us. But I do think that if there is any Heu-Heu, he may be able to tell us where to find him." "Then, boss, I hope he has forgotten, or that Heu-Heu has gone to heaven, where the fires go on burning of themselves without the need of wood. For, boss, I do not want to meet Heu-Heu. The thought of him turns my stomach cold." "No, you would rather go to Durban and meet a gin bottle that would turn your stomach warm, Hans, and your head too, and land you in the trunk for 7 days," I replied, improving the occasion. Then we turned the corner and came upon Zikal's kraal. As usual, I appeared to be expected, for one of his great silent body servants was waiting, who saluted me with uplifted spear. I suppose that Zikal must have had a lookout man stationed somewhere who watched the plain beneath and told him who was approaching. Or possibly he had other methods of obtaining information. At any rate, he always knew of my advent, and often enough of why I came and whence, as indeed he did on this occasion. "The Father of Spirits awaits you, Lord Macumazahn," said the body servant. "He bids the little yellow man who is named Light and Darkness to accompany you and will see you at once." I nodded, and the man led me to the gate of the fence that surrounded Zikal's great hut, on which he tapped with that handle of his spear. It was opened, by whom I did not see, and we entered, whereon someone slipped out of the shadows and closed the gate behind us, then vanished. There in front of the door of his hut, with a fire burning before him, crouched the dwarf, wrapped in a fur kaross, his huge head, on either side of which the grey locks fell down, much as they did in the picture of Heu-Heu, bent forward, and the light of the fire into which he was staring shining in his cavernous eyes. We advanced across the shiny beaten floor of the courtyard and stood in front of him, but for half a minute or more he took no notice of our presence. At length, without looking up, he spoke in that hollow, resounding voice which was unlike to any other I ever heard, saying, "Why do you always come so late, Macumazahn, when the sun is off the hut and it grows cold in the shadow? You know I hate the cold, as the aged always do, and I was minded not to receive you." "Because I could not get here before, Zikal," I answered. "Then you might have waited until tomorrow morning, unless, perhaps, you thought that I should die in the night, which I shall not do." "No, nor for many nights. Well, here you are, little white wanderer who hops from place to place like a flea." "Yes, here I am," I replied, nettled, "to visit you who do not wander, but sit in one spot, like a toad in a stone, Zikal." "Ho, ho, ho," he laughed, that wonderful laugh of his which echoed from the rocks and always made me feel cold down the back. "Ho, ho, ho, how easy it is to make you angry. Keep your temper, Macumazahn, lest it should run away with you, as your oxen did before the storm in the mountains the other day. What do you want? You only come here when you want something from him whom once you named the old cheat. So I don't wander, don't I, but sit like a toad in a stone. How do you know that? Is it only the body that wanders? Cannot the spirit wander also? Far, oh far, even to the heaven above sometimes, and perhaps to that land which is under the earth, the place where they say the dead are to be found again. Well, what do you want? Stay, and I will tell you. Who explain yourself so badly, who, although you think that you speak Zulu like a native, have never really learnt it properly, because to do that you must think in it, and not in your own stupid tongue, that has no words for many things. Man, my medicines." A figure darted out of the hut, set down a catskin bag before him, and was gone again. Zikal plunged his claw-like hand into a bag, and drew out a number of knuckle bones, polished but yellow with age, which he threw carelessly onto the ground in front of him, then glanced at them. "Ha," he said, "something about cattle, I see. Yes, you want to get oxen, broken oxen, not wild ones, and think that I can tell you where to do it cheap. By the way, what present have you brought for me? Is it a pound of your white man's snuff?" As a matter of fact, it was a quarter of a pound. Now, am I right about the oxen? "Yes," I replied, rather amazed. "That astonishes you. It is wonderful, isn't it, that the poor old cheat should know what you want? Well, I'll tell you how it is done. You lost 2 oxen by lightning, did you not? You therefore naturally would want others, especially as some of those which remain," here he glanced at the bones once more, "were hurt, yes, by hailstones, very large hailstones, and others are showing signs of sickness, red water, I think. Therefore it isn't strange that the poor old cheat should guess that you needed oxen, is it? Only a silly Zulu would put such a thing down to magic. About the snuff, too, which I see you have taken from your pocket, a very little parcel, by the way. You've brought me snuff before, haven't you? Therefore it isn't strange that I should guess that you would do so again, is it? No magic there." "None, Zikal. But how did you learn of the lightning killing the cattle, and of the hailstorm?" How did I learn that the lightning killed your pole oxen, Captain and Deutschman? Why, are you not a very great man, in whom all are interested? And is it wonderful that I should be told of accidents that happen 100 miles or so away? You met a party going to a wedding, did you not, just before the storm, and found one of them dead afterwards? By the way, he wasn't killed by lightning or by hail. The flash fell near and stunned him, but really he died of the cold during the night. I thought that you might like to know that, as you are curious on the point. Of course those Kaffirs would have told me all about it, would they not? No magic again, you see. That's how we poor witch doctors gain repute, just by keeping our eyes and ears open. When you are old, you might set up in the trade yourself, Macumazahn, since you do the same thing, even at night, they say. Now, while he went on mocking me, he had gathered up the bones out of the dust, and suddenly threw them again with a curious spiral twist that caused them to fall in a little heap, perched on one another. He looked at them and said, "Why, what do these silly things remind me of? They are some of the tools of my trade, you know, Macumazahn, used to impress the fools that come to see us witch doctors, who think that they tell us secrets, and to take off their attention while we read their hearts. Somehow or other, they remind me of rocks piled one on another as on a mountain slope, and look, there is a hollow in the middle, like the mouth of a cave. Did you chance to take refuge from that storm in a cave, Macumazahn?" "Oh, you did? Well, see how cleverly I guessed it. No magic there again, only just a guess. Isn't it likely that you would go to a cave to escape from such a tempest, leaving the wagon outside? Look at that bone there, lying a little distance off the others. That's what made me think of the wagon being outside, but the question is, what did you see in the cave? Anything out of the way, I wonder? The bones can't tell me that, can they? I must guess that somehow else, mustn't I? Well, I'll try to do so, just to give you, the wise white man, another lesson in the manner that we poor rascals of witch doctors do our work and take in fools. But won't you tell me, Macumazahn?" "No, I won't," I answered crossly, who knew that the old dwarf was making a butt of me. "Well then, I suppose that I must try to discover for myself, but how? How? Come here, you little yellow monkey of a man, and sit between me and the fire, so that its light shines through you, for then perchance I may be able to see something of what is going on in that thick head of yours, light and darkness, as you are called, and get some light in my darkness." Hans advanced, unwillingly enough, and squatted down at the spot that Zikal indicated with his bony finger, being careful that none of the magic bones should touch any portion of his anatomy, for fear lest they should bewitch him, I suppose. There he sat, holding his ragged felt hat upon the pit of his stomach, as though to ward off the gimlet-like glances of Zikali's burning eyes. "Ho, ho, yellow man," said the dwarf after a few seconds of inspection, which caused Hans to wriggle uncomfortably and even to color beneath his wrinkled skin like a young woman being studied by her prospective husband, who desires to ascertain whether she will or will not do for a fifth wife. "Ho, ho! It seems to me that you knew this cave before you went there in the storm, but of course I should guess that, for how otherwise would you have found it in such a hurry? Also that it had something to do with bushmen, as most caves have in this land. The question is, what was in it? No, Don't tell me. I want to find out for myself. It is strange that the thought comes to me of pictures. No, it isn't strange, since the Bushmen often used to paint pictures in caves. Now, you shouldn't nod your head, Yellow Man, because it makes the riddle too easy. Just stare at me and think of nothing at all. Pictures, lots of them, but one principal picture, I think, something that was difficult to come at, yes, dangerous even. Was it perchance a picture of yourself that a bushman drew long ago when you were young and handsome, Yellow Man? There again you are shaking your head. Keep it quite still, will you, so that the thoughts in it don't ripple like water beneath the wind. At least it was a picture of something hideous, but much bigger than you. Ah, it grows and grows. I am getting it now. Macumazahn, come and stand by me. And you, Yellow Man, turn your back so that you face the fire. Bah! It burns badly, does it not? And the air is so cold, I must make it brighter. Are you there, Macumazahn? Yes. Now look at this stuff of mine. See what a fine blaze it causes. And putting his hand into the bag, he drew out some kind of powder, only a little of it, which he threw on to the embers. Then he stretched his skinny fingers over them, as though for warmth, and slowly lifted his arms high into the air. It is a fact that, after him, the flames sprang up to a height of 3 or 4 feet. He dropped his arms again, and the flames sank down. He lifted them once more, and once more they rose, only this time much higher. A third time he repeated this performance, and now the sheet of fire sprang full 15 feet into the air, and so remained burning steadily, like the flame of a lamp. Look at that fire, Macumazahn, and you also, Yellow Man, he said in a strange voice, a sort of dreamy, far-off voice, and tell me if you see anything in it, for I can't. I looked, and for a moment perceived nothing. Then some shape began to grow upon the blazing background. It wavered, it changed. It became fixed and definite, yes, clear and real. There before me, etched in flame, I saw Heu-Heu. Heu-Heu, as he had been in the painting on the cave wall, only, as it seemed to me, alive, for his eyes blinked. Heu-Heu, looking like a devil in hell. I gasped, but stood firm. As for Hans, he ejaculated in his vile Dutch, Allemachtig, dat is die lelijke old deal. That is, Almighty, there is the ugly old devil, and having said this, rolled over onto his back and lay still, frozen with terror. Ho, 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 laughed Zikal. Ho, 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 and from a dozen places the walls of the kloof echoed back, ho, ho, ho. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Heu-Heu, or the Monster, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Legend of Heu-Heu. Zikal stopped laughing and contemplated us with his hollow eyes. Who was it who first said that all men are fools? He asked. I do not know, but I think it must have been a woman, a pretty woman who played with them and found that it was so. If so, she was wise, as all women are in their narrow way, which the saying shows, since they are left out of it. Well, I will add to the proverb, all men are cowards, also in one matter or another, though in the rest they may be brave enough. Further, they are all the same. For what is the difference between you, Macumazahn, wise white man, who have dared death 100 times, and yonder little yellow ape? Here he pointed to Hans, lying upon his back, with rolling eyes and muttering prayers to a variety of gods between his chattering teeth. Both of you are afraid, one as much as the other, the only difference being that the White Lord tries to conceal his fear, whilst the yellow monkey chatters it out, as monkeys do. Why are you so frightened? Just because, by a common trick, I show to your eyes a picture of that which is in the minds of both of you. Mark you again, not by magic, but by a common trick, which any child could learn, if somebody taught it to him. I hope that you will not behave like this when you see Heu-Heu himself, for if you do, I shall be disappointed in you, and soon there will be 2 more skulls in that cave of his. But then, perhaps, you will be brave. Yes, I think so. I think so, since never would you like to die remembering how long and loud I should laugh when I heard of it. Thus the old wizard rambled on, as was his fashion, when he wished to combine his acrid mockery with the desire to gain space for thought, till presently he grew silent, and took some of the snuff which I had brought him, for he had been engaged in opening the packet while he talked, all the while continuing to watch us, as though he would search out our very souls. Now, because I thought that I must say something, if only to show that he had not frightened me with his accursed manifestations, or whatever they were, I answered, "You are right, Zikal, when you say that all men are fools, seeing that you are the first and biggest fool among them." "I have often thought it, Macumazahn, for reasons that I keep to myself. But why do you say so? Let me hear, who would learn whether yours are the same as my own." "First, because you talk, as though there were such a creature as Heu-Heu, which, as you know well, does not live and never did. And secondly, because you speak as though Hans and I would meet it face to face, which we shall never do. So cease from such nonsense, and show us how to make pictures in the fire, an art, you tell us, any child can learn." "If they are taught, Macumazahn, if they are taught how. But were I to do this, I should indeed be the first of fools. Do you think that I wish to establish 2 rival cheats? You see, between ourselves, I give myself my right name. In the land to trade against me? No, no, let us each keep the knowledge he has earned for himself. For if it becomes common to all, who will pay for it? But why do you believe that you will never stand face to face with Heu-Heu, except in pictures on rock or fire?" "Because he doesn't exist," I answered with irritation, "and if he does, I suppose his home is a long way off, and I cannot trek without fresh oxen." "Ah," said Zikal, "that reminds me again that those who told me of how you refuged in the cave from the storm and the rest, said that you wanted more oxen. So, knowing that you would be in as great a hurry to get to Heu-Heu as a young man is to find his first wife, I made ready. The story you heard was quite true. A white trader did leave a very fine team of footsore oxen in this neighborhood, salted, every one of them, which after 3 moons' rest are now fat and sound. I will have them driven up tomorrow morning, and take care of yours while you are away." "I have no money to pay for more oxen," I said. Is not the promise of Macumazahn better than any money, even the red English gold? Does not the whole land know it? Moreover, he added slowly, when you return from visiting Heu-Heu, you ought to have plenty of money, or rather, of diamonds, which is the same thing, and perhaps of ivory, though of that I am not so sure. No, I am not sure whether you will be able to carry the ivory. If I do not speak truth, I will pay for the oxen myself. Now, at the word diamonds, I pricked up my ears, for just then all Africa was beginning to talk about these stones. Even Hans rose from the ground and began once more to take interest in earthly things. That's a fair offer, I said, but stop blowing dust. That is, talking nonsense. And tell me straight out what you mean before it grows dark. I hate this kloof in the dark. Who is Heu-Heu? And if he or it lives or lived, where is Heu-Heu, dead or alive? Also, supposing that there was or is a Heu-Heu, why do you, Zikal, wish me to find him, as I perceive you do, who always have a reason for what you wish? I will answer the last question first, Macumazahn, who, as you say, always have a reason for what I want you or others to do. Here he stopped and clapped his hands, whereon instantly one of his great serving men appeared from the hut behind, to whom he gave some order. The man darted away, and presently was back with more of the skin bags, such as witch doctors use to carry their medicines. Zikal opened one of these and showed me that it was almost empty, there being in it but a pinch of brown powder. This stuff, Macumazahn, he said, is the most wonderful of all drugs, even more wonderful than the herb called taduki, that can open the paths of the past, with which herb you will become acquainted one day. By means of it, I speak not of taduki, but of the powder in the bag, I do most of my tricks. For instance, it was with a dust of it that I was able to show you and the little yellow man the picture of Heu-Heu in the flames just now. You mean that it is a poison, I suppose? Oh yes, among other things. By adding another powder, it can be made into a very deadly poison. So deadly that as little of it as will lie upon the point of a thorn will kill the strongest man and leave no trace. But it has other properties also that have to do with the mind and the spirit. Never mind what they are. If I tried to tell you, you would not understand. Well, the tree of visions, from the leaves of which this medicine is ground, grows only in the garden of Heu-Heu, and nowhere else in Africa, and I got my last supply of it thence, many years ago, long before you were born, indeed, Macumazahn, never mind how. Now I must have more of those leaves, or what the Zulus call my magic, which wise white men like you know to be but my tricks, will fail me, and the world will say that the opener of roads has lost his strength and turned to seek wiser doctors. Then why do you not send and get some, Zikal? Whom can I send that would dare to enter the land of Heu-Heu and rob his garden? No one but yourself, Macumazahn. Ah, I read your mind. You are wondering now that if that be so, why I do not order that the leaves should be brought to me from the place of Heu-Heu. For this reason, Macumazahn, the dwellers there may not leave their hidden land. It is against their law. Moreover, if they might, they would not part even with a handful of that drug, except at a great price. Once, 100 years ago, by which I suppose he meant a long time, I paid such a price and bought a quantity of the stuff of which you see the last in that bag. But that is an old story, with which I will not trouble you. Oh, many went, and but 2 returned, and they mad, as those are apt to be who have looked upon Heu-Heu, and left him living. If ever you see Heu-Heu Macumazahn, be sure to destroy him and all that is his, lest his curse should follow you for the rest of your days. Fallen he will be powerless, but standing, his hate is very strong, and reaches far, or that of his priests does, which is the same thing. Rubbish, I said. If there is any Heu-Heu, he is but a big ape, and living or dead, I am not afraid of any ape. I am glad to hear that, Macumazahn, and hope that you will always be of the same mind. Doubtless, it is only his picture, painted on rock or in the fire, that frightens you, just as a dream is more terrible than anything real. Some day you shall tell me which was the worse, Heu-Heu's picture or Heu-Heu himself. But you asked me other questions. The first of them was, who is Heu-Heu? Well, I do not know. The legend tells that once, in the beginning, there was a people, white, or almost white, who lived far away to the north. This people, says the old tale, were ruled over by a giant, very cruel and very terrible, a great wizard also, or cheat, as you would call him. So cruel and terrible was he indeed, that his people rose against him, and strong as he might be, forced him to fly southwards, with some who clung to him, or could not escape him. So, south he came with them, thousands of miles, until he found a secret place that suited him to dwell in. That place is beneath the shadow of a mountain of a sort that I have heard spouted out fire when the world was young, which even now smokes from time to time. Here this people, who are named Walloo, built them a town after their northern fashion, out of the black stone which flowed from the mountain in past ages. But their king, the giant wizard, continued his cruelties to them, forcing them to labor night and day at his city, and great house, and a cave in which he was worshipped as a god, till at last they could bear no more, and murdered him by night. Before he died, however, which he took long to do because of his magic, he mocked them, telling them that not thus would they be rid of him, since he would come back in a worse shape than before, and still rule over them from generation to generation. Moreover, he prophesied disaster to them, and laid this curse upon them, that if they strove to leave the land that he had chosen, and to cross the ring of mountains by which it is enclosed, they should die, every one of them. This indeed happened, or so I have heard, since even if one of them travels down the river, by which alone that country can be approached from the desert, and sets foot in the desert, he dies, sometimes by sudden sickness, or sometimes by the teeth of lions and other wild beasts that live in the great swamp where the river enters the desert, whither the elephants and other game come to drink from hundreds of miles around. Perhaps fever kills them, I suggested. Maybe so, or poison, or a curse. At least, soon or late they die, and therefore it comes about that, now, none of them leaves that land." "And what happened to the Walloos after they had finished off this kind king of theirs?" I asked, for Zikali's romantic fable interested me. Of course I knew that it was a fable, but in such tales, magnified by native rumor, there is sometimes a grain of truth. Also, Africa is a great country, and in it there are very queer places and people. "Something very bad happened, Macumazahn, for scarcely was their king dead when the mountain began to belch out fire and hot ashes, which killed many of them, and caused the rest to fly in boats across the lake that makes an island of the mountain, to the forest lands that lie around. There they live to this day, upon the banks of the river which flows through the forest, the same that passes through the gorge of the mountains into the swamp, and there loses itself in the desert sands. So at least my messengers told me 100 years ago, when they brought me the medicine that grows in Heu-Heu's garden." "I suppose that they were afraid to go back to their town after the eruption was over," I said. "Yes, they were afraid, at which you will not wonder when you see it, for when the mountain blew up, the gases killed very many of them, and what is more, turned them to stone. Aye, there they sit, Macumazahn, to this day, turned to stone, and with them their dogs and cattle." Now, at this amazing tale, I burst out laughing, and even Hans grinned. "I have noted, Macumazahn," said Zikali, "that in the beginning it is you who always laugh at me, while in the end it is I who laugh at you. And so I believe it will be in this case also. I tell you that there those people sit turned to stone, and if it is not so, you need not pay me for the oxen that I bought from the white man, even should you come back with your pockets full of diamonds." Now I bethought me of what happened at Pompeii, and ceased to laugh. After all, the thing was possible. That is one reason why they did not return to their town, even when the mountain went to sleep again. But there was another, Macumazahn, that was stronger still. Soon they found that it was haunted. "Haunted? By what? By the stone men?" "No, they are quiet enough, though what their spirits may be, I cannot tell you. Haunted by their king, whom they had killed, turned into a gigantic ape, turned into Heu-Heu." Now, at this statement I did not laugh, although at first sight it seemed much more absurd than that of the dead people who had been petrified. For this reason, as I knew well, it is the commonest of beliefs among savages, and especially those of Central Africa, that dead chiefs, notably if they have been tyrants during their life, are metamorphosed into some terrible animal, which thenceforward persecutes them from generation to generation. The animal may be a rogue elephant, or a man-killing lion, or perhaps a very poisonous snake, but whatever shape it takes, it always has this characteristic, that it does not die and cannot be killed, at any rate by any of those whom it afflicts. Indeed, in my own experience, I have come across sundry examples of this belief among natives. Therefore, it did not strike me as strange that these people should imagine their country to be cursed by the spirit of a legendary tyrant turned into a monster. Only in the monster itself I put no faith. If it existed at all, probably it would resolve itself into a large ape, or perhaps a gorilla, living upon an island in the lake where it had become marooned, or drifted upon a tree in a flood. "And what does this spirit do?" I asked Zikal incredulously. "Throw nuts or stones at people?" "No, Macumazahn. According to what I have been told, it does much more. At times, it crosses to the mainland, some say upon a log, some say by swimming, some say as spirits can. There, if it meets anyone, it twists off his or her head." Here I bethought me of the picture in the cave. For no man can fight against its strength, or woman either, because if she be old and ugly, it serves her in the same fashion, but if she be young and well favored, then it carries her away. The island is said to be full of such women, who cultivate the garden of Heu-Heu. Moreover, it is reported that they have children who cross the lake and live in the forest, terrible, hairy creatures that are half human, for they can make fire and use clubs and bows and arrows. These savage people are named Heu-Heu. They dwell in the forests, and between them and the Walloos there is perpetual war. "Anything else?" I asked. "Yes, one thing. At a certain time of the year, the Walloos must take their fairest and best-born maiden, and tie her to an appointed rock upon the shores of the island upon a night of full moon. Then they go away and leave her alone, returning at sunrise." "And what do they find?" "One of two things, Macumazahn. Either that the maiden has gone, in which case they are well pleased, except those of them to whom she is related, or that she has been torn to pieces, having been rejected by Heu-Heu, in which case they weep and groan, not for her, but for themselves." "Why do they rejoice, and why do they weep, Zikal?" "For this reason. If the maiden has been taken, Heu-Heu, or his servants, the Heu-Heu, will spare them and his priests for that year. Moreover, their crops will prosper, and they be free from sickness. If she has been killed, he or his servants haunt them, snatching away other women, and they will have bad harvests, also fever, and other ills fall upon them. Therefore the offering of the maiden is their great ceremony, which, should she be taken, is followed by the feast of rejoicing, and should she be rejected and slain, by the fast of lamentation and the sacrifice of her parents or others." "A pleasant religion, Zikal. Tell me, is it one that pleases these Walloos?" "Does any religion please any man, Macumazahn, and do tears, want, sickness, bereavement, and death please those who are born into the world? For example, like the rest of us, you white people suffer these things, or so I have heard. Also you have your own Heu-Heu or devil, who claims such sacrifices, and yet avenges himself upon you. You are not pleased with him, still you go on making your sacrifices of war and blood and all wickedness, in return for what he did to you, thereby binding yourselves to him afresh, and confirming his power over you, and as you do, so do we all. Yet if you and the rest of us would but stand up against him, perhaps his strength might be broken, or he might be slain. Why then do we continue to sacrifice our maidens of virtue, truth, and purity to him, and how are we better than those who worship Heu-Heu, who do so to save their lives? I considered his argument, which was subtle for a savage, however old and instructed, to have evolved from his limited opportunities of observation, and answered rather humbly, I do not suppose that we are better at all. Then, to change the subject to something more practical, I added, but what about those diamonds? The diamonds! Oh, the diamonds! Which, by the way, I believe are one of the offerings that you white people make to your own Heu-Heu. Well, these people seem to have plenty of them. Of course they are useless to them, as they do not trade. Still, the women know that they are pretty, and fasten them about themselves in little nets of hair after polishing them upon stone, because they do not know how to make holes in them, being so hard, and cannot set them in metals. Also they stick them in the clay of their eating dishes before these are dried, making pretty patterns with them. It seems that these stones, and others that are red, are washed down by the river from some desert, across which it flows above, through a tunnel in the mountains, I believe. At any rate, they find them in plenty in the gravel on its banks, which they set the children to sift in such closely woven sieve of human hair, or in some such fashion. Stay, I will show you what they are like, for my messengers brought me a fistful or two many years ago. And he clapped his hands. Instantly, as before, one of his servants appeared, to whom he gave certain instructions. The man went, and presently returned with a little packet of ancient wrinkled skin that looked like a bit of an old glove. This he untied and gave to me. Within were a quantity of small stones that looked and felt like diamonds, very good diamonds, as I judged from their color, though none of them were large. Also among them was a sprinkling of other stones that might have been rubies, though of this I could not be sure. At a guess, I should have estimated the value of the parcel at 200 or 300 pounds. When I had examined them, I offered them back to Zikal, but he waved his hands and said, Keep them, Macumazahn, keep them. They are no good to me, and when you come to the land of Heu-Heu, compare them with those you will find there, just to show yourself that in this matter I do not lie. When I come to the land of Heu-Heu, I exclaimed indignantly, where then is this land, and how am I to reach it? That I propose to tell you tomorrow, Macumazahn, not tonight, since it would be useless to waste time and breath upon the business until I know two things. First, whether you will go there, and secondly, whether the Walloos will receive you if you do go. When I have heard the answer to the second question, we will talk of the first, Zikal. But why do you try to make a fool of me? These Walloos and the savage Heu-Heuas with whom they fight, I understand dwell far away. How then can you have the answer by tomorrow? There are ways, he answered dreamily, then seemed to go into a kind of doze, with his great head sunk upon his breast. I stared at him for a while, till, growing weary of the occupation, I looked about me, and noted that, a sudden, it was growing dusk. Whilst I did so, I began to hear screechings in the air, sharp, thin screechings, Such are made by rats." "Look, boss," whispered Hans, in a frightened voice. "His spirit's come." And he pointed upwards. I did look, and far above, as though they were descending from the sky, saw some wide-winged, flittering shapes, 3 of them. They descended in circles very swiftly, and I perceived that they were bats, enormous and evil-looking bats. Now they were wheeling about us so closely that twice their outstretched wings touched my face, sending a horrid thrill through me. And each time that a creature passed, it screeched in my ear, setting my teeth on edge. Hans tried to beat away one of them from investigating him, whereon it clung to his hand and bit his finger, or so I judged from the yell he gave, after which he dragged his hat down over his head and plunged his hands into his pockets. Then the bats concentrated their attention upon Zikal. Round and round him they went in a dizzy whirl, which grew closer and closer, till at last 2 of them settled on his shoulders just by his ears, and began to twitter in them, whilst the 3rd hung itself onto his chin and thrust its hideous head against his lips. At this point in the proceedings, Zikal seemed to wake up, for his eyes opened and grew bright. Also with his skinny hands he stroked the bats upon his shoulders as though they were pet birds. More, he seemed to speak with the creature that hung to his chin, talking in a language which I could not understand, while it twittered back the answers in its slate pencil notes. Then suddenly he waved his arms, and all 3 of them took flight again, wheeling outwards and upwards, till presently they vanished in the gloom. "I tame bats, and these are quite fond of me," he said by way of explanation, then added, "Come back tomorrow morning, Macumazahn, and perhaps I shall be able to tell you whether the Walloos wish for a visit from you, and if so, to show you a road to their country." So we went, glad enough to get away, since the opener of roads, with his peculiar talk and manifestations, as I believe they call them in spiritualistic circles, was a person who soon got upon one's nerves, especially at nightfall. As we stumbled down that hateful gorge in the gloom, Hans asked, "What were those things that hung to Zikal's shoulders and chin?" "Bats, very large bats. What else?" I answered. "I think a great deal else, boss. I think that they are his familiars, whom he is sending to those Walloos, just as he said." "Do you believe in the Walloos and the Heu-Heu then, Hans? I don't." "Yes, I do, boss. And what is more, I believe that we shall visit them, because Zikal means that we should. And who is there that can fight against the will of the opener of roads?" End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Heu-Heu, or the Monster, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Allan Makes a Promise. I never could sleep well in the neighborhood of the Black Kloof. It always seemed to me to give out evil and disturbing emanations, nor was this night any exception to the rule. For hour after hour, cogitating the old wizard's marvelous tale of the Walloos and Heu-Heu, their devil ghost, I lay in the midst of the intense silence of that lonely place, which was broken only by the occasional scream of a night hawk, or perhaps of the prey that it gripped, or the echoing bark of some baboon among the rocks. The story was foolishness, And yet there were so many strange peoples hidden away in the vast recesses of Africa, and some of them had these extremely queer beliefs or superstitions. Indeed, I began to wonder whether it is not possible for these superstitions, persisted in through ages, to produce something concrete, at any rate, to the minds of those whom they affect. Also, there were odd circumstances connected with this tale or romance that might in a way be called corroborative. For instance, the picture of Heu-Heu in the cave, which Zikal, by his infernal arts or tricks, reproduced in the flame of fire. For instance, the diamonds and rubies, or crystals and spinels, whichever they might be, that at present reposed in the pocket of my shooting coat. These, presuming them to be the former, must have come from some very far-off or hidden spot, since I had never seen or heard of such in any place that I had visited, as they were entirely unlike those which, at that time, they were beginning to find at Kimberley, being, for one thing, much more water-worn. Still, the presence of diamonds in a certain district had nothing to do with the possible existence of a Heu-Heu, therefore they proved nothing, one way or the other. And if there were a Heu-Heu, did I wish to meet him face to face? In one sense, not at all, but in another, very much indeed. My curiosity was always great, and it would be wonderful to behold that which no white man's eyes had ever seen, and still more wonderful to struggle with and kill such a monster. A vision rose before my eyes of Heu-Heu, stuffed in the British Museum with a large painted placard underneath. Shot in Central Africa by Allan Quartermain, Esquire. Why then I, the most humble and unknown of persons, would become famous and have my likeness published in the Graphic, and probably the Illustrated London News also, perhaps with my foot set upon the breast of the prostrate Heu-Heu. That indeed would be glory. Only Heu-Heu looked a very nasty customer, and the story might have a wrong ending. His foot might be set upon my breast, and he might be twisting off my head, as in the cave picture. Well, in that case, the illustrated papers would publish nothing about it. Then there was the story of the town full of petrified men and animals. This must be either true or false, since it lacked ghostly complications. Although I had never heard of anything of the sort, there might be such a place, and if so, it would be splendid to be its discoverer. Oh, of what was I thinking? Zikal's yarn must be nonsense and rank fiction. Yet it reminded me of something that I had heard in my youth, which for a long while I could not recall. At last, in a flash, it came back to me. My old father, who was a learned scholar, had a book of Grecian legends, and one of these about a lady called Andromeda, the daughter of a king who, in obedience to popular pressure, and in order to avert calamities from his country, tied her up to a rock to be carried off by a monster that rose out of the sea. Then a magically aided hero of the name of Perseus arrived at the critical moment, killed the monster, and took away the lady to be his wife. Why, this Heu-Heu story was the same thing over again. The maiden was tied to a rock, the monster came out of the sea, or rather the lake, and carried her off, whereby calamities were duly averted. So similar was it, indeed, that I began to wonder whether it were not an echo of the ancient myth that somehow had found its way into Africa. Only, hitherto, there had been no Perseus in Heu-Heu land. That role apparently was reserved for me. And if so, what should I do with the maiden? Restore her to a grateful family, I suppose, for certainly I had no intention of marrying her. Oh, I was growing silly with thinking. I would go to sleep. I would. A minute or two later, or so it seemed, I woke up thinking, not of Andromeda, but of the prophet Samuel, and for a while wondered what on earth could have put this austere patriarch and priest into my head. Then, being a great student of the Old Testament, I remembered that autocratic seer's indignation when he heard the lowing of the oxen, which Saul spared from the general eating up of the Amalekites, as the Zulus would describe it, by divine command. What was the use of cutting the throats of all that good stock? Personally, I could never understand. Well, in my ears also was the lowing of oxen, which of course formed the connecting link. I marveled what they could be, for our own were grazing at a little distance, and poked my head out under the wagon hood to perceive a really beautiful team of trek cattle, 18 of them, for there were 2 spare beasts, which had just been driven up to my camp by 2 strange Kaffirs. Then of course I remembered about the oxen, which Zikal promised to sell me upon easy terms, or under certain circumstances to give to me, and thought to myself that in this matter, at any rate, he had proved a wizard of his word. Slipping on my trousers, I descended from the wagon to examine them, and with the most satisfactory results. They had quite recovered from their poverty and footsoreness that had caused their former owner to leave them behind in Zikal's charge, and were now as fat as butter, looking as though they would pull anything, anywhere. Indeed, even the critical Hans expressed his unqualified approval of the beasts, which, as he pointed out from various indications, really seemed to be salted, and inoculated also, some of them, as could be seen from the loss of the ends of their tails. Having sent them to graze in charge of the Kaffirs who had brought them, for I did not wish them to mix with my own beasts, which showed signs of sickness, I breakfasted in excellent spirits, as wherever I might go, I was now set up with draught beasts, and then bethought me of my undertaking to revisit Zikal. Hans tried to excuse himself from accompanying me, saying that he wanted to study the new oxen, which those strange Zulus might steal, etc. The fact being, of course, that he was afraid of the old wizard, and would not go near him again unless he were obliged. However, I made him come, since his memory was first-rate, and 4 ears were better than 2 when Zikal was concerned. Off we trudged up the kloof, and, as before, without delay, were admitted within the fence surrounding the witch-doctor's hut, to find the opener of roads seated in front of it, as usual, with a fire burning before him. However hot the weather, he always kept that fire going. "What do you think of the oxen, Macumazahn?" he asked abruptly. I replied with caution that I would tell him after I had proved them. "Cunning as ever," said Zikal. "Well, you must make the best of them, Macumazahn, and as I told you, you can pay me when you get back." Get back from where? I asked. From wherever you are going, which at present you do not know. No, I don't, Zikal, I said, and was silent. He also was silent for a long while, so long that at last he outwore my patience, and I inquired sarcastically whether he had heard from his friend Heu-Heu by bat post. Yes, yes, I have heard, or think that I have heard, not by bats, but perchance by dreams or visions. Oho, Macumazahn, I have caught you again. Why do you always walk into my snare so easily? You see some bats, which in truth, as I told you, are but creatures that I have tamed by feeding them for many years, flitter about me and fly away, and you half believe that I have sent them 1,000 miles to carry a message and bring back an answer, which is impossible. Now, I will tell you the truth. Not thus do I communicate with those who are afar. Nay, I send out my thought, and it flies everywhere to the ends of the earth, so that the whole earth might read it, if it could. Yet perchance it is attuned to one mind only among the millions, by which mind it can be caught and interpreted. But for the vulgar, yes, and even for the wise white man who cannot understand, there remains the symbol of the bats and their message. Why will you always seek the aid of magic to explain natural things, Macumazahn? Now I reflected that my idea of nature and Zikal's differed, but knowing that he was mocking me after his custom, and declining to enter into argument as though it were beneath me, I said, All this is so plain that I wonder you waste a breath in setting it out. I only desired to know if you have any answer to your message, however it was sent, and if so, what answer? Yes, Macumazahn, as it happens I have it. It came to me just as I was waking this morning. This is its substance, that the chief of the Walloos, with whom my heart talked, and, as he believes, most of his people, will be very glad to welcome you in their land, though, as he believes again, the priests of Heu-Heu, who worship him as a god, and are sworn to his servants, will not be glad. Should you choose to come, the chief will give you all that you desire of the river diamonds, or aught else that he possesses, and you can carry away with you also the medicine that I desire. Further, he will protect you from dangers so far as he is able. Yet for these gifts he requires payment. What payment, Zikal? The overthrow of Heu-Heu at your hands. And if I cannot overthrow Heu-Heu, Zikal, then certainly you will be overthrown, and the bargain will fall to the ground. Is it so? Well, if I go, shall I be killed, Zikal? Who am I that I should dispense life or death, Macumazahn? Yet, he added slowly, separating his words by deliberate pinches of snuff, yet I do not think that you will be killed. If I did, I should not trust you to pay me for those oxen on your return. Also, I believe that you have much work left to do in the world. My work, some of it, Macumazahn, that could not be carried out without you. This being so, the last thing I should wish would be to send you to your death. I reflected that probably this was true, since always the old wizard was hinting of some great future enterprise in which we should be mixed up together. Also I knew that he had a regard for me in his own strange way, and therefore wished me no evil. Moreover, of a sudden, a great longing seized me to undertake this adventure, in which perchance I might see remarkable new things, I who was wearying of the old ones. However, I hid this, if anything could be hid from Zikal, and asked in a business-like fashion, "Where do you want me to go? How far off is it? And if I went, how should I get there?" Now we began to handle our assegais, Macumazahn, by which he meant that we were coming to business. Hearken, and I will tell you. Tell me he did indeed, for over an hour, but I will not trouble you fellows with all that he said, since geographical details are wearisome, and I want to get on with my story. You, my friend, this was addressed to me, the editor, are only stopping here over tomorrow night, and it will take me all that time to finish it. That is, if you wish to hear the end. It is enough to say, therefore, that I had to trek about 300 miles north, cross the Zambezi, and then trek another 300 miles west. After this, I must travel northwest for a rather indefinite distance, till I came to a gorge in certain hills. Here I must leave the wagon, if by this time I had any wagon, and tramp for 2 days through a waterless patch of desert, till I came to a swamp-like oasis. Here the river of which Zikal had spoken lost itself in the sands of the desert, whence I should see, on a clear day, the smoke of the volcano, of which he had also spoken. Crossing the swamp, or making my way round it, I must steer for this slope, till at length I came to a second gorge in mountains, through which the river ran from Heu-Heu land out into the desert. There, according to Zikal, I should find a party of Walloos waiting for me with canoes or boats, who would take me on into their country, where things would go as they were fated. Before you leave, my friend, I will give you a map of the route, which I drew after traveling it, in case you or anybody else should like to form a company, and go to look for diamonds and fossilized men in Heu-Heu land, stipulating, however, that you do not ask me to take shares in the venture. If Allan ever gave me this map, of which after the lapse of so many years I am not sure, I have put it away so carefully that it is entirely lost, nor do I propose to hunt for it amidst the accumulated correspondence of some 35 years. Moreover, if it were found and published, it might lead to foolish speculation and probable loss of money among maiden ladies, the clergy, and other venturesome persons. Editor. So that's the trek, I said, when at last Zikal had finished. Well, I tell you straight out that I am not going to make it through unknown country. How could I ever find my way without a guide? I am off to Pretoria, with your oxen or without them. Is it so, Macumazahn? I begin to think that I am very clever. I thought that you would talk like that, and therefore have made ready by finding a man who will lead you straight to the house of Heu-Heu. Indeed, he is here, and I will send for him. and he summoned a servant in his usual way, and gave an order. "Whence does he come? Who is he, and how long has he been here?" I asked. "I don't know quite who he is, Macumazahn, for he does not talk much about himself. But I understand that he comes from the neighborhood of Heu-Heu land, or out of it, for aught I know, and he has been here long enough for me to be able to teach him something of our Zulu language, though that does not matter much since you know Arabic well, do you not?" "I can talk it, Zikal, and so can Hans a little." "Well, that is his tongue, Macumazahn, or so I believe, which will make things easier. I may tell you at once that he is a strange sort of man, not in the least like anyone you would expect, but of that you will judge for yourself." I made no answer, but Hans whispered to me that doubtless he was one of the children of Heu-Heu, and just like a great monkey. Although he spoke in a very low voice and at a distance, Zikal seemed to overhear him, for he remarked, "Then you will feel as though you had found a new brother, is it not so, light in darkness?" Which, if I have not said so before, was a title that Hans had earned upon a certain honorable occasion. Thereon Hans grew silent, since he dared not show his resentment of this comparison of himself to a monkey, to the mighty opener of roads. I too was silent, being occupied with my own reflections, for now in a flash, as it were, I saw the whole trick stripped bare of its mysterious and pseudo-magical trappings. A messenger from some strange and distant country had come to Zikal, demanding his help for reasons that I did not know. This he had determined to give through me, whom he thought suited to the purpose. Hence his bribe of the oxen, the news of which he had conveyed to me while I was still far off, having in some way become acquainted with my dilemma. Indeed, it looked as though everything had been part of a plan, though of course this was not possible, since Zikal could not have arranged that I should take shelter in a particular cave during a thunderstorm. The sum of it was, however, that I should serve his turn, though what exactly that might be I did not know. He said that he wanted to obtain the leaves of a certain tree, which perhaps was true, but I felt sure that there was more behind. Possibly his curiosity was excited, and he desired information about a distant, secret people, since for knowledge of every kind he had a perfect lust. Or perhaps, in some occult fashion, this Heu-Heu, if there were a Heu-Heu, might be a rival who stood between him and his plans, and therefore was one to be removed. Allowing 90% of Zikal's supernatural powers to be pure humbug, without doubt the remaining 10% were genuine. Certainly he lived and moved and had his being upon a different plane from that of ordinary mortals, and was in touch with things and powers of which we are ignorant. Also, as I have reason to know, though I do not trouble you with instances, he was in touch with others of the same class or hierarchy throughout Africa. Yes, thousands of miles distant, of whom some may have been his friends and some his enemies, but all were mighty in their way. While I was reflecting thus, and old Zikal was reading my thoughts, as I am sure he did, for I saw him smile in his grim manner and nod his great head as though in approval of my acumen, ushering in a tall figure, picturesquely draped in a fur cuirass that covered his head as well as his body. Arrived in front of us, this person threw off the kaross and bowed in salutation, first to Zikal and then to myself. Indeed, so great was his politeness that he even honored Hans in the same way, but with a slighter bow. I looked at him in amazement, as well I might, since before me stood the most beautiful man that I had ever seen. He was tall, something over 6 feet high, and superbly shaped, having a deep chest, a sinewy form, and hands and feet that would have done credit to a Greek statue. His face, too, was wonderful, if rather somber, perfectly chiseled and almost white in color, with great dark eyes, and there was something about it that suggested high and ancient blood. He looked indeed as though he had just stepped straight out of the bygone ages. He might have been an inhabitant of the lost continent of Atlantis, or a sunburned old Greek, for his hair, which was chestnut brown, curled tightly, even where it hung down upon his shoulders, though none grew upon his chin, or about the curved lips. Perhaps he was shaven. In short, he was a glorious specimen of mankind, differing from any other I had seen. His costume, too, was striking and peculiar, although dilapidated. Indeed, it might have been rifled from the body of an Egyptian pharaoh. It consisted of a linen robe that seemed to be twisted about him, which was broidered at the edges with faded purple, a tall and battered linen headdress, shaped like the lower half of a soda-water bottle, reversed and coming to a point, a leather apron, narrow at the top, but broadening toward the knees, also broidered, and sandals of the same material. I stared at him amazed, wondering whether he belonged to some people unknown to me, or was another of Zikal's illusions, and so did Hans, for his muddy little eyes nearly fell out of his head, and he asked me in a whisper, "Is he a man, boss, or a spirit?" For the rest, the stranger wore a plain torque or necklet, apparently of gold, and about him was girdled a cross-hilted sword with an ivory handle and a red sheath. For a while, this remarkable person stood before us, his hands folded, his head bent in a humble fashion, though it was really I who should have been humble, owing to the physical contrast between us. Apparently, he did not think it proper to speak first, while Zikal squatted there grimly, not helping me at all. At last, seeing that something must be done, I rose from the stool upon which I was seated and held out my hand. After a moment's hesitation, the splendid stranger took it, but not to shake in the usual fashion, for he bent his head and gently touched my fingers with his lips, as though he were a French courtier and I a pretty lady. I bowed again with the best grace I could command, then, putting my hand in my trouser pocket, said, "How do you do?" And as he did not seem to understand, repeated it in the Zulu word, "Sakubona." This also failing, I greeted him in the name of the Prophet in my best Arabic. Here I struck oil, as an American friend of mine named Brother John used to say, for he replied in the same tongue, or something like it, speaking in a soft and pleasing voice, but without alluding to the Prophet. He addressed me as Great Lord Macumazahn, whose fame and prowess echo across the earth, and a lot of other nonsense, with which I could see that Zikal had stuffed him, that may be omitted. "Thank you," I cut in. "Thank you, Mr. And I paused. "My name is Issachar," he said. "And a very nice name, too, though I never heard one like it," I replied. "Well, Issachar, what can I do for you?" An inadequate remark, I admit, but I wanted to come to the facts. "Everything," he answered fervently, pressing his hands to his breast. "You can save from death a most beautiful lady who will love you." "Will she?" I exclaimed. "Then I will have nothing to do with that business, which always leads to trouble." Here Zikal broke in for the first time, speaking very slowly to Issachar in Zulu, which I remembered he said he had been teaching him, and saying, "The Lord Macumazahn is already full of woman's love, and has no room for more. Speak not to him of love, O Issachar, lest you should anger the ghost of one who haunts this spot, a certain royal Mamina, whom once he knew too well." Now I turned upon Zikal, proposing to give him a piece of my mind, when Issachar, smiling a little, repeated, "Who will love you as a brother?" "That's better," I said, "though I don't know that I want to take on a sister at my time of life, but I suppose you mean that she will be much obliged." "That is so, O Lord. Also the reward will be great." "Ah," I replied, really interested. "Now be so good as to tell me exactly what you want." Well, to cut a long story short, with variations, he repeated Zikal's tale. I was to travel to his remote land, bring about the destruction of a nebulous monster or fetish or system of religion, and in payment to be given as many diamonds as I could carry. "But why can't you get rid of your own devil?" I asked. "You look a warrior, and are big and strong." "Lord," he replied gently, spreading out his hands in an appealing fashion, "I am strong, and I trust that I am brave, but it cannot be. No man of my people can prevail against the God of my people, if so he may be called. Even to revile him openly would bring a curse upon us. Moreover, his priests would murder us." "So he has priests," I interrupted. "Yes, Lord, the God has priests, sworn to his service, evil men, as he is evil. O Lord, come, I beseech you, and save Sabila the beautiful." "Why are you so interested in this lady?" I asked. "Lord, because she loves me, not as a brother, and I love her. She, the great lady of my land and my cousin, is my betrothed. And if the god is not overthrown, as the fairest of all our maidens, she will be taken by the god." Here emotion seemed to overcome him, very real emotion, which touched me, for he bowed his head, and I saw tears trickle down from his dark eyes. "Hearken, Lord," he went on, "there is an ancient prophecy in my land that this god of ours, whose hideous shape hides the spirit of a long-dead chief, can only be destroyed by one of another race, who can see in the night, some man of great valor, destined to be born in due season. Now through our dream doctors I caused inquiry to be made of this master of spirits, who is named Zikal, for I was in despair, and knew what must happen at the appointed time. From him I learned that there lived in the south such a man as is spoken of in the prophecy, and that his name meant Watcher by Night. Then I dared the journey and the curse, and came to seek you, and lo, I have found you." "Yes," I answered, "you have found one whose native name means Watcher by Night, but who cannot see in the dark better than anyone else, and is not a hero, or very brave, but only a trader and a hunter of wild beasts. Yet I tell you, Issachar, that I do not wish to interfere with your gods and priests and tribal matters, or to give battle to some great ape, if it exists, on the chance of earning a pocketful of bright stones should I live to take them away, and of getting a bundle of leaves that this doctor desires. You had better seek some other white man with eyes like a cat's, and more strength and courage, Issachar. How can I seek another when, without doubt, you are the one appointed, Lord? If you will not come, then I return to die with Sabila, and all is finished. He paused a few moments and continued, Lord, I can offer you little, but is not a good deed its own reward? And will not the memory of it feed your heart through life and death? Because you are noble, I beseech you to come, not for what you may gain, but just because you are noble, and will save others from cruelty and wrong. I have spoken. Choose. Why did you not bring Zikal his accursed leaves yourself? I asked furiously. Lord, I could not come to the place where that tree grows in the garden of Heu-Heu, nor indeed did I know that this master of spirits needed that medicine. Lord, be noble according to your nature, which is known afar. Now I tell you, fellows, when I heard this I felt flattered. We all think that we are noble at times, but there are precious few who tell us so, and therefore the thing came as a pleasant surprise from this extraordinarily dignified, handsome, and it would appear in his own fashion, well-educated son of Ham, if he were a son of Ham. To my mind he looked more like a prince in disguise, somebody of unknown but highly distinguished race, who had walked out of a fairy book. But when I came to think of it, that was exactly what he said he was. Anyway, he was a most discriminating person, with a singular insight into character. It did not occur to me at the moment that Zikal was also a discriminating person with an insight into character, which had induced him to bring us two together for secret purposes of his own, or that, in order to impress me, he had stuffed Issachar with the story of a predestined white man, told of in prophecy, who could see in the dark, as, without doubt, he had done. Also, the adventure proposed was of an order so wild and unusual that it drew me like a magnet. Supposing that I lived to old age, could I, Allan Quartermain, bear to look back and remember that I had turned down an opportunity of that sort and was departing into the grave, without knowing if there was or was not a Heu-Heu who snatched away lonely Andromedas, I mean Sabilas, off rocks, and combined in his hideous personality the qualities of a god or fetish, a ghost, a devil, and a super gorilla. Could I bury my two humble talents of adventure and straight shooting in that fashion? Really, I thought not, for if I did, how could I face my own conscience in those last failing years? And yet there was so much to be said on the other side, into which I need not enter. In the end, being unable to make up my mind, I fell into weakness, and determined to refer the matter to fate. Yes, I determined to toss up, using Hans for the spinning coin. Hans, I said in Dutch, a tongue which neither of the other two understood, shall we travel to this man's country, or shall we stay in our own? You have heard all. Speak, and I will accept your judgment. Do you understand? Yes, boss, said Hans, twirling his hat in his vacant fashion. I understand that the boss, as is usual when he is in a deep pit, seeks the wisdom of Hans to get him out, of Hans who has brought him up from a child, and taught him most of what he knows, of Hans, upon whom his reverend father, the predicant, used to lean as upon a staff, that is, after he had made him into a good Christian. But the matter is important, and before I give my judgment that will settle it, one way or another, I would ask a few questions. Then he wheeled round, and addressing the patient Issachar, in his vile Arabic said, "Long boss with a hooked nose, tell me, do you know the way back to this country of yours, and if so, how much of it can be traveled in a wagon?" "I do," answered Issachar, "and all of it can be traveled in a wagon until the first range of hills is reached. Also, along it there is plenty of game and water, except in the desert of which you have been told. The journey should take about 3 moons, though, myself alone, I accomplished it in 2. "Good, and if my boss, Macumazahn, comes to your country, how will he be received?" "Well, by most of the people, but not well by the priests of Heu-Heu, if they think he comes to harm their god, and certainly not well by the hairy folk who live in the forest, who are called the children of the god. With these he must be prepared to war, though the prophecy says that he will conquer all of them." "Is there plenty to eat in your country? And is there tobacco, and something better than water to drink, long boss?" "There is plenty of all these things. There is wealth of every kind, O counselor of the White Lord, and all of them shall be his and yours, though," he added with meaning, "those who have to deal with the priests of the god and the hairy folk would do well to drink water, lest they should be found asleep." "Have you guns there?" Hans asked, pointing to my rifle. "No, our weapons are swords and spears, and the hairy folk shoot with arrows from bows." Hans ceased from his questions and began to yawn as though he were tired, as he did so, staring up at the sky, where some vultures were wheeling. "Boss," he said, "how many vultures do you see up there? Is it 7 or 8? I have not counted them, but I think there are 7. "No, Hans, there are 8. One, the highest, was hid behind a cloud." "You are quite sure that there are 8, boss?" "Quite," I answered angrily. "Why do you ask such silly questions when you can count for yourself?" Hans yawned again and said, "Then we will go with this fine hook-nosed boss to the country of Heu-Heu. That is settled." "What the deuce do you mean, Hans? What on earth has the number of vultures got to do with the matter?" "Everything, boss. You see, the burden of this choice was too heavy for my shoulders, so I lifted my eyes and put up a prayer to your reverend father to help me, and in doing so saw the vultures. Then your reverend father in heaven above seemed to say to me, 'If there are an even number of vultures, Hans, then go. If an odd number, then stop where you are. But Hans, do not count the vultures. Make my son, the boss Allan, count them, for then he will not be able to grumble at you if things turn out badly, whether you go or whether you stay behind, and say that you counted wrong or cheated. And now, boss, I have had enough of this, and should like to return to our outspan and examine these new oxen." I looked at Hans, speechless with indignation. In my cowardice I had left it to his cunning and experience to decide this matter, virtually tossing up, as I have said. And what had the little rascal done? He had concocted one of his yarns about my poor old father, and tossed up in his turn, going odd or even on the number of vultures which he made me count. So angry was I that I lifted my foot with meaning, whereon Hans, who had been expecting something of the sort, bolted, and I did not see him again until I got back to the camp. "Oh-ho! Oh-ho!" laughed Zikal. "Oh-ho!" while the dignified Issachar studied the scene with mild astonishment. Then I turned on Zikal, saying, "A cheat I have called you before, and a cheat I call you again, with all your nonsense about bat messengers and the tale you have taught to this man as to the prophecy of his people and the rest. There is the bat who brought the message, or the dream, or the vision, or whatever you like to call it, and all the while he was hidden beneath your eaves," and I pointed to Issachar. "And now I have been tricked into saying that I will go upon this fool's errand, and as I do not turn my back upon my word, go I must." "Have you, Macumazahn?" asked Zikal innocently. "You talked with light and darkness in Dutch, which neither I nor this man understood, and therefore we did not know what you said. But as, out of the honesty of your heart, you have told us, we understand now. And of course we know, as everyone knows, that your word once spoken is worth all the writings of all the white men put together, and that only death or sickness will prevent you from accompanying Issachar to his own country. Oh-ho-ho! It has all come about as I would have it, for reasons with which I will not trouble you, Macumazahn." Now I saw that I was doubly tricked, hit, as it were, with the right barrel by Hans, and with the left by Zikal. To tell the truth, I had quite forgotten that he did not understand Dutch, although I remembered it when I began to use that tongue, and that therefore it did not in the least matter what I had said privately to Hans. But if Zikal did not understand Dutch, of which after all I am not so sure, at any rate he understood human nature and could read thoughts, for he went on, "Do not boil within yourself like a pot with a stone on its lid, Macumazahn, because your crafty foot has slipped, and you have repeated publicly, in one tongue, what you had already said secretly in another, and therefore made a promise to both of us. For all the while, Macumazahn, you had made that promise, and your white heart would not have suffered you to swallow it again, just because we could not hear it with our ears. No, that great white heart of yours would have risen into your throat and shut it fast. So kick away the burning sticks from beneath the water of your anger, and let it cease from boiling, and go forth as you have promised, to see wonderful things, and do wonderful deeds, and snatch the pure and innocent out of the hands of evil gods or men. Yes, and burn my fingers scooping your porridge out of the blazing pot, Zikal," I said with a snort. "Perhaps, Macumazahn, perhaps, for if I had no porridge to be saved, should I have taken all this trouble? But what does that matter to you, to the brave white lord who seeks the truth as a thrown spear seeks the heart of the foe? You will find plenty of truth yonder, Macumazahn, new truth, and what does it matter if the spear is a little red after it has reached the heart of things? It can be cleaned again, Macumazahn, it can be cleaned, and amidst many other services, you will have done one to your old friend, Zikal the cheat." Here Allan glanced at the clock and stopped. "I say, do you know what time it is?" he said. 20 minutes past 1, by the head of Chaka. If you fellows want to finish the story tonight, you can do so for yourselves, according to taste. I'm off, or out shooting tomorrow. I shan't hit a haystack sitting. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Heu-Heu, or the Monster, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The Black River. On the following evening, pleasantly tired after a capital day's shooting, and a good dinner. Once more, the four of us, Curtis Good, myself, the editor, and old Allan, were gathered round the fire in his comfortable den at the Grange. "Now then, Allan," I said, "get on with your tale." "What tale?" he asked, pretending to forget, for he was always a bad starter where his own reminiscences were concerned. "That about the monkey man and the fellow who looked like Apollo," answered Good. "I dreamt about it all night, and that I rescued the lady, a dark girl dressed in blue, and that, just as I was about to receive a well-earned kiss of thanks, she changed her mind and turned into stone. Which is just what she would have done if she had any sense in her head, and you were concerned, Good," said Allan severely, adding, "Perhaps it was your dream that made you shoot more vilely than usual today. I saw you miss 8 cock pheasants in succession at that last corner." "And I saw you kill 18 in succession at the first," replied Good cheerily. "So you see, the average was all right. Now then, get on with the romance. I like romance in the evening after a dose of the hard facts of life in the shape of impossible cock pheasants." "Romance," began Allan indignantly. "Am I the romantic? Pray, do not confuse me with yourself, Good." Here I intervened, imploring him not to waste time in arguing with Good, who was unworthy of his notice, and at last mollified he began. "Now I am in a hurry, and want to be done with this job that dries up my throat, who, having lived so much alone, am not used to talking, like a politician, and makes me drink more whiskey and water than I ought. You are in a hurry too, all of you, especially Good, who wants to get to the end of the story in order that he may argue about it and try to show that he would have managed much better. And you, my friend, because you have to leave tomorrow morning early, and must see to your packing before you get to bed. Therefore, I am going to skip a lot, all about our journey, for instance, although, in fact, it was one of the most interesting treks I ever made, and for much of the way through a country that was quite new to me, about which one might write a book. I will simply say, therefore, that in due course, after some necessary delay, to repack the wagon, leaving behind all articles that were not wanted in Zikali's charge, we trekked from the Black Kloof. The oxen that I had bought, on credit, from Zikali were in the yokes, and we drove with us his 2 extra beasts, as well as 4 of the best of my old team to serve as spares. Also I took, in addition to my own driver and voorlooper, Mavoon and Induka, 2 other Zulus, Zikali's servants, who I knew would be faithful because they feared their terrible master, although I knew also that they would spy upon me, and if ever they returned alive, make report of everything to him. Well, leaving out all the details of this remarkable trek in which we met with no fighting, disasters, or great troubles, and always had plenty to eat, game being numerous throughout, I will take up the tale on our arrival, safe and sound, at the first line of hills that I show upon the map, of which Zikali had spoken as bordering the desert. Here we were obliged to leave the wagon, for it was impossible to get it over the hills or through the desert beyond. This, fortunately, we were able to do at a little village of peaceful folk who lived in a charming and well-watered situation, and having no near neighbors, were able to cultivate their lands unmolested. I placed it in the charge of Mavoon and Induka, whom I could trust and who would not run away, also the oxen, of which by good fortune we had only lost 3. With them, as Issachar declared that we must go on alone, I left Zikali's servants, knowing that they would keep an eye upon my men, and my men on them, and promised the headman of the village a good present if we found everything safe on our return. He said that he would do his best, but added impressively, he was a melancholy person, that if we were going to the country of Heu-Heu, we never should return, as it was a land of devils. In that event he asked what was to happen to the wagon and goods. I replied that I had given orders that if I did not reappear within a year, it was to trek back to whence we came, and announced that we were gone, but that he need not be afraid, as, being a great magician, I knew that we should be back long before that time. He shrugged his shoulders, looking doubtfully at Issachar, and there the conversation ended. However, I persuaded him to lend us 3 of his people, to guide us across the mountains and to carry water through the desert, on the understanding that they should be allowed to return as soon as we sighted the swamp. Nothing would induce them to go nearer to the country of Heu-Heu. So in due course off we started, leaving Mavoon and Induka, almost in tears, for the gloom of the headman had spread to them, and they too believed that they would see us no more. Hans, it is true, they never would have missed, since they hated him as he hated them, but in my case the matter was different, because they loved me in their own way. Our baggage was light. Rifles I took a double-barreled express, as much ammunition as we could manage, some medicines, blankets, etc., a few spare clothes and boots for myself, a couple of revolvers, and as many vessels of one sort or another as possible to carry water, including 2 paraffin tins slung at either end of a piece of wood, after the fashion of a milkman's yoke. Also we had tobacco, a good supply of matches, candles, and a bundle of dried biltong to eat in case we found no game. It doesn't sound much, but before we got across that desert, I felt inclined to throw away half of it. Indeed, I don't think we could have got the stuff over the mountain pass, which proved to be precipitous, without the assistance of the 3 water-bearers. It took us 12 hours to reach and cross that mountain's crest, just beneath which we camped, and another 6 to descend the other side next day. At its foot was thin, tussocky grass, with occasional thorn trees growing in a barren veldt that by degrees merged into desert. By the last water we camped for the 2nd night, then, having filled up all our vessels, started out into the arid sandy wilderness. Now you fellows know what an African desert is, for we went through a worse one than this on our journey to Solomon's Mines. Still, the particular specimen I am speaking of was pretty bad. To begin with, the heat was tremendous. Then in parts, it consisted of rolling slopes or waves of sand, up which we must scramble, and down which we must slide, a most exhausting process. Further, there grew in it a variety of thick-leaved plant, with sharp spines that, if touched, caused a painful soreness, which abominable and useless growths made it impossible to travel at night, or even, if the light were low, when they could not be seen and avoided. We spent 3 days crossing that wretched desert, that had another peculiarity. Here and there, in its waste, columns of stone, polished by the blowing sand stood up like obelisks, sometimes in one piece, monoliths, and sometimes in several, piled on each other. I suppose that they were the remains of strata, hard cores that had resisted the action of wind and water, which in the course of thousands or millions of years had worn away the softer rock, grinding it to dust. Those obelisk-like columns gave a very strange appearance to that wilderness, suggesting the idea of monuments. Also, incidentally, they were useful, since it was by them that our water-bearing guides, who were accustomed to haunt the place, to kill ostriches, or to steal their eggs, steered their path. Of these ostriches we saw a good number, which showed that the desert could not be so very wide, since in it there seemed to be nothing for them to live on, unless they ate the prickly plants. There was no other life in the place. Fortunately, by dint of economy and self-denial, our water held out until on the afternoon of the third day, as we trudged along, parched and weary. From the crest of one of the sand waves we saw, far off, a patch of dense green that marked the end, or rather the beginning, of the swamp. Now, our agreement with the guides was that when they came in sight of this swamp they should return, for which purpose we had saved some of the water for them to drink on their homeward journey. After a brief consultation, however, they determined to come on with us, and when I asked why, wheeled round and pointed to dense clouds that were gathering in the heavens behind us. These clouds, they explained, foretold a sand tempest in which no man could live in the desert. Therefore they urged us forward at all speed. Indeed, exhausted as we were, we covered the last 3 miles between us and the edge of the swamp at a run. As we reached the reeds, the storm burst, but still we plunged forward through them, till we came to a spot where they grew densely, and where by digging pits in the mud with our hands, we could get water which, thick as it was, we drank greedily. Here we crouched for hours while the storm raged. It was a terrific sight, for now the face of the desert behind was hidden by clouds of driven sand, which, even among the reeds, fell upon us thickly, so that occasionally we had to rise and shake its weight off us. Had we still been in the desert, we should have been buried alive. As it was, we escaped, though half choked, and with our skins fretted by the wear of the particles of sand. So we squatted all night, till before dawn the storm ceased and the sun rose in a perfectly clear sky. Having drunk more water, of which we seemed to need enormous quantities, we struggled back to the edge of the swamp and from the crest of a sand wave looked about us. Issachar stretched out his arm towards the north and touched me on the shoulder. I looked, and far away, staining the delicate blue of the heavens, perceived a dark, mushroom-shaped patch of vapor. "It is a cloud," I said. "Let us go back to the reeds. The storm is returning." "No, Lord," he answered. "It is the smoke from the fire mountain of my country." I studied it and said nothing, reflecting, however, that in this particular, at any rate, Zikal had not lied. If so, was it not possible that he had spoken truth about other matters also? If there existed a volcano, as yet unreported by any explorer, Might there not also be a buried city, filled with petrified people, and even a Heu-Heu? No, in Heu-Heu I could not believe. Here, after they had filled themselves and their gourds with water, the 3 natives from the village left us, saying that they would go no farther, and that they could now depart safely, as the sandstorm would not return for some weeks. They added that our magic must be very strong, since had we delayed, even for a few hours, we should certainly all have been killed. So they departed, and we camped by the reeds, hoping to rest after our exhausting journey. In this, however, we were disappointed, for as soon as the sun went down, we became aware that this vast area of swampy land was the haunt of countless game that came thither, I suppose, from all the country round in order to drink and to fill themselves with its succulent growths. By the light of the moon, I saw great herds of elephants appearing out of the shadows and marching majestically towards the water. Also there were troops of buffalo, some of which broke out of the reeds, showing that they had hidden there during the day, and almost every kind of antelope in plenty, while in the morass itself we could hear sea cows wallowing and grunting, and great splashes, which I suppose were caused by frightened crocodiles leaping into pools. Nor was this all, since so much animal life upon which they could prey attracted many lions that coughed and roared and slew according to their nature. Whenever one of them sprang onto some helpless buck, a stampede of all the game in the neighborhood would follow. The noise they made, crashing through the reeds, was terrific, so much so that sleep was impossible. Moreover, there was always a possibility that the lions might be tempted to try a change of diet and eat us, especially as we had no bushes with which to form a boma or fence. So we made a big fire of dry last year's reeds, of which fortunately there were many standing near and kept watch. Once or twice I saw the long shape of a lion pass us, but I did not fire, for fear lest I should wound the beast only, and perhaps cause it to charge. In short, the place was a veritable sportsman's paradise, and yet quite useless from a hunter's point of view, since, if he killed elephants, it would be impossible to carry the ivory across the desert, and only a boy desires to slaughter game in order to leave it to rot. At dawn, it is true, I did shoot a reed buck for food, which was the only shot I fired. As amidst all this hubbub, the idea of sleep must be abandoned, I took the opportunity to question Issachar about his country and what lay before us there. During our journey, I had not talked much to him on the matter, since he seemed very silent and reserved, all his energies being concentrated upon pushing forward as quickly as possible. Also, there was no object in doing so while we were still far away. Now, however, I thought that the time had come for a talk. In answer to my queries, he said that if we traveled hard, by marching round the narrow western end of the swamp, in 3 days we should arrive at the mouth of the gorge, down which the river ran that flowed through the mountains surrounding his country. These mountains, I should add, we had sighted as a black line in the distance, almost as soon as we entered the desert, which showed that they were high. Here, If we reached it without accident, he hoped to find a boat waiting, in which we could be paddled to his town, though why anybody should be expecting us I could not elicit from him. Leaving that question unsolved, I asked him about the town and its inhabitants. He replied that it was large and contained a great number of people, though not so many as it used to do in bygone generations. The race was dwindling, partly from intermarriage and partly because of the terror in which they lived, that made the women unwilling to bear children, lest these should be snatched away by the hairy folk who dwelt in the surrounding forest, or perhaps sacrificed to the god himself. I inquired whether he really believed that there was such a god, and he replied with earnestness that certainly he did, as once he had seen him, though from some way off, and he was so awful that description was impossible. I must judge of him for myself when we met, an occasion that I began to wish might be avoided. I cross-examined him persistently about this god, but with small result, for the subject seemed to be one on which he did not care to dwell. I gathered, however, that he, Issachar, had been in a canoe when he saw Heu-Heu on a rock at dawn, surrounded by women, upon the occasion of some sacrifice, and that he had not looked much at him, because he was afraid to do so. He added that Heu-Heu never came to the mainland, though his priests did. Then, dropping the subject of Heu-Heu, he went on to tell me of the system of government among the Walloos, which it appeared was a hereditary chieftainship that could be held either by men or women. The present chief, an old man, like the people, was named Walloo, as indeed were all the chiefs of the tribe in succession, for Walloo was really a title which he thought had come with them from whatever land they inhabited in the dark forgotten ages. He had but one child living, a daughter, the Lady Sabila, of whom he had spoken to me at the hut of the opener of roads, she who was doomed to sacrifice. He, Issachar, was her second cousin, being descended from the brother of her grandfather, and therefore of the pure Walloo blood. Then, if this lady died, I suppose you would be the chief, Issachar, I said. Yes, Lord, by descent, he answered, yet perhaps not so. There is another power in the land greater than that of the kings or chiefs, the power of the priests of Heu-Heu. It is their purpose, Lord, should Sabila die, to seize the chieftainship for themselves. A certain Dacha, who is also of the pure Walloo blood, is the chief priest, and he has sons to follow him. Then it is to this Dacha's interest that Sabila should die. It is to his interest, Lord, that she should die, and I also, or better still, both of us together, for then his path would be clear. But what of her father, the Walloo? He cannot desire the death of his only child. Nay, Lord, he loves her much, and desires that she should marry me. But, as I have said, he is an old man and terror-haunted. He fears the god who already has taken one of his daughters. He fears the priests who are the oracles of the god, and it is said murdered his son, as they have striven to murder me. Therefore, being frozen by fear, he is powerless, and without his leadership none can act, since all must be done in the name of the Walloo and by his authority. Yet it was he who sent me to seek for help from the great wizard of the south, with whom he and his fathers have had dealings in bygone years. Yes, because of the ancient prophecy that the god could only be overthrown and the tyranny of the priests be broken by a white man from the south, he sent me, who am the betrothed of his daughter, secretly and without the knowledge of Dacha, and because of Sabila I dared the curse and went, for which deed perchance I must pay dearly. He it is also who watches for my return, and if he exists, which you have not proved to me, how am I to kill this god, Issachar, by shooting him? I do not know, Lord. It is believed that he cannot be harmed by weapons, over whom only fire and water have power, since legend tells that he came out of the fire, and certainly he lives surrounded by water. The prophecy does not say how he will be killed by the stranger from the south. Now listening to this weird talk in that wild beast-peopled wilderness from the mouth of a man who evidently was very frightened, and wearied as I was, I confess that I grew frightened also, and wished most heartily that I had never been beguiled into this adventure. Probably the terrible god, of whom I could learn no details, question as I would, was nothing but an invention of the priests, or perhaps one of their number disguised. But however this might be, no doubt I was traveling to a fetish-ridden land in which witchcraft and murder were rampant. In short, one of Satan's peculiar possessions. Yes, I, Allan Quartermain, was brought here to play the part of a modern Hercules and clean out this Augean stable of bloodshed and superstitions, to say nothing of fighting the lion in the shape of Heu-Heu, always supposing that there was a Heu-Heu, a creature taller than a man that walked stiffly, whom Issachar believed he had once seen from a distance at dawn. However, I was in for it, and to show fear would be as useless as it was undignified, since, unless I turned and ran back into the desert, which my pride would never suffer me to do, I could see no escape. Having put my hand to the plow, I must finish the furrow. So I sat silent, making no comment upon Issachar's rather nebulous information. Only after a while I asked him casually when this sacrifice was to take place, to which he replied, with evident agitation, "On the night of the full harvest moon, which is this moon, 14 days from now, wherefore we must hurry, since at best it will take us 5 days to reach the town of Walloo, 3 in traveling round the swamp, and 2 upon the river. Do not delay, Lord, I pray you do not delay, lest we should be too late and find Sabila gone." "No," I answered, "I shall not be late, and I can assure you, my friend Issachar, that the sooner I am through with this business, one way or another, the better I shall be pleased. And now that all those beasts in the swamp seem to have grown a little quieter, I will try to go to sleep." Happily, I was successful in this effort, and obtained several hours' sound rest, which I needed sorely, before the sun appeared and Hans woke me. I rose, and taking my rifle, shot a fat reed buck, which I selected out of a number which stood quite close by. A young female, off which we breakfasted, for as you know, if the meat of antelopes is cooked before it grows cold, it is often as tender as though it had been hung for a week. The odd thing was that the sound of the shot did not seem to disturb the other beasts at all. Evidently they had never heard anything of the sort before, and thought that their companion was just lying down. An hour later, we started on our long tramp round the edge of that swamp. I did not like to march before, for fear lest we should get into complications with the herds of elephants and other animals that were trekking out of it in all directions with the light, though where they went to feed, I am sure I do not know. In all my life I never saw such quantities of game as had collected in this place, which probably furnished the only water for many miles round. However, as I have said, it was of no use to us, and therefore our object was to keep as clear of it as possible. Even then we stumbled right on to a sleeping white rhinoceros with the longest horn that ever I saw. It must have measured nearly 6 feet, and anywhere else would have been a great prize. Fortunately the wind was blowing from it to us, so it did not smell us, and charged off in another direction, for as you know, the rhinoceros is almost blind. Now, I am not going to give all the details of that interminable trudge through the sand, for in the mud of the swamp we could not walk at all. During the day we were scorched by the heat, and at night we were tormented by mosquitoes, and disturbed by the noise of the game and the roaring of lions, which, fortunately, being so full fed, never molested us. By the third night, bearing always to the right, we had come quite close to the mountain range, which, although it was not so very lofty, seemed to be absolutely precipitous, faced indeed by sheer cliffs that rose to a height of from 500 to 800 feet. To what extraordinary geological conditions these black cliffs and the desert by which they were surrounded owe their origin, I am sure I do not know, but there they were, and no doubt are. Before sunset on this third day, by Issachar's direction, we collected a huge pile of dried reeds, which we set upon the crest of a sand mound, and after dark fired them, so that for a quarter of an hour or so they burned in a bright column of flame. Issachar gave no explanation of this proceeding, but as Hans remarked, doubtless it was a signal to his friends. Next morning, at his request, we started on before the dawn, taking our chance of meeting with elephants or buffaloes, and at sunrise found ourselves right under the cliffs. An hour later, following a little bay in them where there was no swamp, because here the ground rose of a sudden, we turned a corner and perceived a tall, white-robed man with a big spear standing upon a rock, evidently keeping a lookout. As soon as he saw us, he leapt down from the rock with the agility of a klip-springer and came towards us. After one curious glance at me, he went straight to Issachar, knelt down, and taking his hand, pressed it to his forehead, which showed me that our guide was a venerated person. Then they conversed together in low tones, after which Issachar came to me and said that so far all was well, as our fire had been seen and a big canoe awaited us. We went on, guided by the sentry, and after one turn, suddenly came on quite a large river, which had been hidden by the reeds. To the left appeared this deep, slow-flowing river. To the right, within 100 paces, indeed, it changed into swamp or morass, of which the pools were fringed with very tall and beautiful papyrus plants. Such open water as there was being almost covered by every kind of wild fowl that rose in flocks with a deafening clamor. This stream, the Black River, as the Walloos called it, was bordered on either side by precipices through which I suppose it had cut its way in the course of millenniums, so high and impending that they seemed almost to meet above, leaving the surface of the water nearly dark. It was a stream, gloomy as the Roman Styx, and glancing at it, I half expected to see Charon and his boat approaching to row us to the infernal fields. Indeed, into my mind there floated a memory of the poet's lines, which I hope I quote correctly. In Kubla Khan a river ran, through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. I confess honestly that the aspect of the place filled me with fear. It was forbidding, indeed unholy, and I marveled what kind of a sunless sea lay beyond this hell gate. Had I been alone, or with Hans only, I admit that I should have turned tail and marched back round that swamp, upon which, at any rate, the sun shone, and if I could, across the desert beyond to where I had left the wagon. But in the presence of the stately Issachar and his myrmidon, this I could not do because of my white man's pride. No, I must go on to the end, whatever it might be. If I was frightened, Hans was much more so, for his teeth began to chatter with terror. "Oh, boss," he said, "if this is the door, what will the house beyond be like?" "That we shall learn in due course," I answered, "so there is no good in thinking about it." "Follow me, Lord," said Issachar, after some further talk with his companion. I did so, accompanied by Hans, who stuck to me as closely as possible. We advanced round the rock, and discovered a little indent in the bank of the river, where a great canoe, hollowed apparently from a single huge tree, or rather its prow, was drawn up on the sandy shore. In this canoe sat 16 rowers or paddlemen. I remember there were 16 of them, because at the time Hans remarked that the number was the same as that of a wagon team, and subsequently called these paddlers water oxen. As we approached, they lifted their paddles in salute, apparently of Issachar, since of me and my companion, except by swift, surreptitious glances, they took no notice. With a kind of silent, unobtrusive haste, Issachar caused our small baggage, which consisted chiefly of cartridge bags, to be stowed away in the prow of the canoe, that for a few feet was hollowed out in such a fashion that it made a kind of cupboard roofed with solid wood, and showed us where to sit. Next, he entered it himself, while the lookout man ran down the canoe and took hold of the steering oar. Then at a word, all the paddlers backwatered, and the craft slid off the sandy beach into the river, which was full to the banks. Almost in flood indeed. It seemed that here the rain had been nearly incessant for some months, and the lowering sky showed that, ere long, there was much more to come. End of chapter 6. Section 7 of Heu-Heu or the Monster by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Walloo. In perfect stillness, except for the sound of the dipping of the paddles in the water, we glided away very swiftly up the placid river. I think that nothing upon this strange journey, or at any rate during the first part of it, struck me more than its quietness. The water was still, flowing peacefully between its rocky walls towards the desert in which it would be lost, just as the life of some good old man flows towards death. The rocky precipices on either side were still. They were so steep that on them nothing which breathed could find a footing, except bats, perhaps, that do not stir in the daytime. The riband of gray sky above us was still, though occasionally a draught of air blew between the cliffs with a moaning noise such as one might imagine to be caused by the passing wind of spiritual wings. But stillest of all were those rowers, who for hour after hour labored at their task in silence, and with a curious intentness, or, if speak they must, did so only in a whisper. Gradually an impression of nightmare stole over me. I felt as though I were a sleeper taking part in the drama of a dream. Perhaps in fact this was so, since I was very tired, having rested but little for a good many nights, and labored hard during the day, trudging through the sand with a heavy rifle and a load of cartridges upon my back. So really, I may have been in a doze, such as is easily induced in any circumstances by the sound of lapping water. If so, it was not a pleasant dream, for the titanic surroundings in which I found myself and the dread possibilities of the whole enterprise oppressed my spirit with a sensation of departure from the familiar things of life into something unholy and unknown. Soon the cliffs grew so high and the light so faint that I could only just see the stern, handsome faces of the rowers appearing as they bent forward to their ordered stroke, and vanishing into the gloom as they leant back after it was accomplished. The very regularity of the effort produced a kind of mesmeric effect which was unpleasant. The faces looked to me like those of ghosts, peeping at one through the cracks of the curtains round a bed, then vanishing, continually to return and peep again. I suppose that, at last, I went to sleep in good earnest. It was a haunted sleep, however, for I dreamed that I was entering into some dim Hades, where all realities had been replaced by shadows, strengthless but alarming. At length I was awakened by the voice of Issachar, saying that we had come to the place where we must rest for the night, as it was impossible to travel in the dark and the rowers were weary. Here the cliffs widened out a little, leaving a strip of shore upon either side of the river, upon which we landed. By the last light that struggled to us from the line of sky above, we ate such food as we had, supplemented by biscuits of a sort that were carried in the canoe, for no fire was lighted. Before we had finished, dense darkness fell upon us, for the moonbeams were not strong enough to penetrate into that place, so that there was nothing to be done except lie down upon the sand and sleep with the wailing of the night air between the cliffs for a lullaby. The night passed somehow. It seemed so long that I began to think, or dream, that I must be dead and waiting for my next incarnation, and when, occasionally, I half woke up, was only reassured by hearing Hans at my side muttering prayers in his sleep to my old father, of which the substance was that he should be provided with a half-gallon bottle of gin. At last, a star that shone in the black riband far above vanished, and the riband turned blue, or rather gray, which showed that it was dawn. We rose and stumbled into the canoe, for it was impossible to see where to place our feet, and started. Within a few hundred yards of our sleeping place, suddenly the cliffs that hemmed in the river widened out, so that now they rose at a distance of a mile or more from either bank, flat, water-leveled land. These banks, which here were steep, were clothed with great dark-colored spreading trees, of which the boughs projected far over the water, and cut off the light almost as much as the precipices had done lower down the stream. Thus we still traveled in gloom, especially as the sun was not yet up. Presently, through this gloom, to which my trained eyes had grown accustomed, I thought that I caught sight of tall, dark-hued figures moving between the trees. Sometimes these figures seemed to stand upright and walk upon their feet, and sometimes to run swiftly upon all fours. "Look, Hans," I whispered. Everyone whispered in that place. "There are baboons." "Baboons, boss," he answered. "Were ever baboons such a size? No, they are devils." Now from behind me Issachar also whispered, "They are the hairy men who dwell in the forest, Lord. Be silent, I pray you, lest they should attack us." Then he began to consult with the rowers in low tones, apparently as to whether we should go on or turn back. Finally we went on, paddling at a double pace. A moment later a sound arose in that dim forest, a sound of indescribable weirdness that was half an animal grunt and half a human cry, which to my ears shaped itself into syllables, Heu-Heu. In an instant it was taken up upon all sides, and from everywhere came this wail of Heu-Heu, which was so horrid to hear that my hair stood up even straighter than usual. Listening to it, I understood whence came the name of the god I had traveled so far to visit. Nor was this all, for there followed heavy splashes in the water, like to those made by plunging crocodiles, and in the deep shadow, beneath the spreading trees, I saw hideous heads swimming towards us. "The hairy folk have smelt us," whispered Issachar again, in a voice that I thought perturbed. "Do nothing, Lord. They are very curious. Perhaps when they have looked, they will go away." "And if they don't?" I asked, a question to which he returned no answer. The canoe was steered over towards the left bank, and driven forward at great speed with all the strength of the rowers. Now, in the space of open water, upon which the light began to shine more strongly, I saw a beast-like, bearded head that yet undoubtedly was human, yellow-eyed, thick-lipped, with strong, gleaming teeth, coming towards us at the speed of a very strong swimmer, for it had entered the water above us and was traveling downstream. It reached us, lifted up a powerful arm that was completely covered with brown hair, like to that of a monkey, caught hold of the gunwale of the boat just opposite to where I sat, and reared its shoulders out of the water, thereby showing me that its great body was for the most part also covered with long hair. Now its other hand was also on the gunwale, and it stood in the water, resting on its arms, the hideous head so close to me that its stinking breath blew into my face. Yes, there it stood and jabbered at me. I confess that I was terrified, who never before had seen a creature like this. Still, for a while, I sat silent. Then, of a sudden, I felt that I could bear no more. Who believed that the brute was about to get into the boat, or perhaps drag me out of it? I lost control of myself, and drawing my heavy hunting knife, the one you see on the wall there, friends, I struck at the hand that was nearest. The blow fell upon the fingers, and cut one of them right off, so that it fell into the canoe. With an appalling yell, the man, or beast, let go and plunged into the water, where I saw him waving his bleeding hand above his head. Issachar began to say something to me in frightened tones, but just then Hans ejaculated, "Alamakta, here's another!" and a second huge head and body reared up, this time on his side. "Do nothing," I heard Issachar exclaim, but the appearance of the creature was too much for Hans, who drew his revolver and fired 2 shots in rapid succession into its body. It also tumbled back into the water, where it began to wallow, screaming, but in a thinner voice. I thought, and rightly, that it must be a female. Before the echo of the shots had died away, there arose another hideous chorus of hew-hews and other cries, all of them savage and terrible. From both banks, more of the creatures precipitated themselves into the water, but luckily not to attack us, because they were too much occupied with the plight of their companion. They congregated round her and dragged her to the shore. Yes, I saw them lift the body out of the stream, for by this time I was sure from its hanging arms and legs that it was dead, and act which showed me that, although they had the shape and the covering of beasts, in fact they were human. "Elephants will do as much," interrupted Curtis. "Yes," said Allan, "that is true. Sometimes they will. I have seen it twice. But everything about the behavior of those hairy men was human. For instance, their wailing over the dead, which was dreadful, and reminded me of the tales of banshees. Moreover, I had not far to look for proof. At my feet lay the finger that I had cut off. It was a human figure, only very thick, short, and covered with hair, having the nail worn down, too, doubtless in climbing trees and grubbing for roots. Even then, with a shock, I realized that I had stumbled on the missing link, or something that resembled it very strongly. Here in this unknown spot still survived a people such as were our forefathers hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago. Also I reflected that I ought to be proud, for I had made a great discovery. Although, to tell the truth, just then I should have been quite willing to resign its glory to someone else. After this, I began to reflect upon other things, for a large jagged stone whizzed within an inch of my head, and presently was followed by a rude arrow, tipped with fish bone, that stuck in the side of the canoe. Amidst a shower of these missiles, which fortunately, beyond a bruise or two, did us no harm, we headed out into midstream again where they could not reach us. And as no more of the hairy people swam from the banks to cut us off, soon were pursuing our way in peace. For once, however, the imperturbable Issachar was much disturbed. He came forward and sat by me and said, "A very evil thing has happened, Lord. You have declared war upon the hairy men, and the hairy men never forget. It will be war to the end." "I can't help it," I answered feebly, for I was sick with the sight and sound of those creatures. "Are there many of them, and are they all over your country?" "A good many, perhaps 1,000 or more, Lord, but they only live in the forests. You must never go into the forest, Lord, at any rate not alone, or on the island where Heu-Heu lives, for he is their king, and keeps some of them about him." "I have no present intention of doing so," I answered. Now, as we went, the cliffs receded farther and farther from the river, till at length they ceased altogether. We were through the lip of the mountains, if I may so call it, and had entered a stretch of unbroken virgin forest, a veritable sea of great trees that occupied the rich land of the plain and grew to an enormous size and tallness. Moreover, before us appeared clearly the cone of the volcano, broad, but of no great height, over which hung the mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke. All day long we traveled up this tranquil river, rejoicing in the comparative brightness in its center, although of course the trees upon either edge overhung it much. Late in the afternoon a bend of the banks brought us within sight of a great sheet of water, from which apparently the river issued, although as I learned afterwards, it flowed into it upon the other side, from I know not whence. This lake, for it was a big lake, many miles in circumference, surrounded an island of considerable size, in the center of which rose the volcano, now a mere gray-hued mountain that looked quite harmless, although over it hung that ominous cloud of smoke, which, oddly enough, one could not see issuing from its crest. I suppose that it must have gone up in steam and condensed into smoke above. At the foot of the mountain, upon a plain between it and the lake, with the help of my glasses I could see what looked like buildings of some size, constructed of black stone or lava. "They are ruins," said Issachar, who had observed that I was examining them. "Once the great city of my forefathers stood yonder, until the fire from the mountain destroyed it." "Then does nobody live on the island now?" I asked. "The priests of Heu-Heu live there, Lord. Also Heu-Heu himself lives there in a great cave, upon the farther side of the mountain, or so it is said, for none of us has ever visited that cave, and with him some of the hairy people who are his servants. My grandfather did so, however, and saw him there. Indeed, as I have told you, I once saw him myself, but what he looked like you must not ask me, Lord, for I do not remember," he added hastily. "In front of the cave is his garden, where grows the magic tree of which the master of spirits yonder in the south desires leaves to mix with his medicines, the tree that gives dreams with long life and vision." "Does Heu-Heu eat of this tree?" I asked. "I do not know, but I know that he eats the flesh of beasts. Because of these we must make offerings to him, and sometimes of men, or so it is said. Near the foot of the garden burn the eternal fires, and between them is the rock upon which the offerings are made. Now, I thought to myself that I should much like to see this place, of which it was evident that Issachar knew, or would tell, very little, where there was a great cave in which dwelt a reputed demon, with his slaves and hierophants, and where too grew a tree supposed to be magical, flanked by eternal fires. What were these eternal fires, I wondered? I could only suppose that they had something to do with the volcano. As it happened, however, whilst I was preparing to question Issachar upon the subject, we passed round a tree-clad headland, for here the river had widened into a kind of estuary, and on the shore of the bay beyond it discovered a town of considerable size, covering several hundred acres of ground. The houses of this town, most of which stood in their own gardens, though some of these smaller ones were arranged in streets, had an eastern appearance, inasmuch as they were low and flat-roofed. Only there was this difference. Eastern houses of the primitive sort, as a rule, are whitewashed, but these were all black, being built of lava, as I discovered afterwards. All around the town, also, except on the lakeside, ran a high wall, likewise of black stone, the presence of which excited my curiosity and caused me to inquire its object. "It is to defend us from the hairy folk who attack by night," answered Issachar. "In the daylight they never come, and therefore our fields beyond are not walled," and he pointed to a great stretch of cultivated land that I suppose had been cleared of trees, which extended for miles into the surrounding forest. Then he went on to explain that they labored there while the sun was up, and at nightfall returned to the town, except certain of them who slept in forts or blockhouses to guard the crops and cattle kraals. Now I looked at this place and thought to myself that never in my life had I seen one more gloomy, especially in the late afternoon under a sullen, rain-laden sky. The black houses, the high black walls that reminded me of a prison, the black waters of the lake, the outlook onto the black volcano, and the black mass of the forest behind, all contributed to this effect. "Oh, boss, if I lived here, I should soon go mad," said Hans, and upon my word, I agreed with him. Now we paddled towards the shore, and presently ran alongside a little jetty formed of stones loosely thrown together, on which we landed. Evidently our approach had been observed, for a number of people, 40 or 50 of them perhaps, were collected at the shore end of the jetty, awaiting us. A glance showed me that although of varying ages, and both sexes, in type they all resembled our guide, Issachar. That is to say, they were tall, well-shaped, light-colored, and extremely handsome, also clothed in white robes, while some of the men wore hats of the pharaonic type that I have described. The women's headdress, however, consisted of a close-fitting linen cap with lappets hanging down on either side, and was extraordinarily becoming to their severe cast of beauty. From what race could this people have sprung, I wondered. I had not the faintest idea. To me they looked like the survivals of some ancient civilization. Conducted by Issachar, we advanced, carrying our scanty baggage, a forlorn and battered little company. As we drew near, the crowd separated into two lines, men to the right and women to the left, like the congregation in a very high church, and stood quite silent, watching us intently with their large melancholy eyes. Never a word did they say as we passed between them, only watched and watched till I felt quite nervous. They did not even offer any greeting to Issachar, although it seemed to me that he had earned one after his long and dangerous journey. I observed, however, although at the time I took little notice of the matter, and afterwards forgot all about it until Hans brought the circumstance back to my mind, that a certain dark man of austere countenance, clothed rather differently from the rest, approached Issachar, addressed him, and thrust something into his hand. Issachar glanced at this object, whatever it might be, and distinctly I saw him tremble and turn pale. Then he hid it away, saying nothing. Turning to the right, we marched along a roadway that bordered the lake, which was constructed about 12 feet above its level, perhaps to serve as a protection against inundation, till we came to a wall in which was a door built of solid balks of wood. This door opened as we approached, and passing it, we found ourselves in a large garden cultivated with taste and refinement, for in it were beds of flowers, the only cheerful thing I ever saw in this town that it appeared was named Walloo, after the tribe or its ruler. At the end of the garden stood a long, solid, flat-roofed house built of the prevailing lava rock. Entering, we found ourselves in a spacious room which, as dusk was gathering, was lit with cresset-like lamps of elegant shape placed upon pedestals cut from great tusks of ivory. In the center of this room were 2 large chairs made of ebony and ivory, with high backs and footstools, and in these chairs sat a man and a woman who were well worth seeing. The man was old, for his silver hair hung down upon his shoulders, and his fine, sad face was deeply wrinkled. At a glance, I saw that he must be the king or chief, because of his dignified, if somewhat senile, appearance. Moreover, his robes, with their purple borders, had a royal look, and about his neck he wore a heavy chain, of which seemed to be gold, while in his hand was a black staff tipped with gold, no doubt his scepter. For the rest, his eyes had a rather frightened air, and his whole aspect gave an idea of weakness and indecision. The woman sat in the other chair, with the light from one of the lamps shining full upon her, and I knew at once that she must be the Lady Sabila, the love of Issachar. No wonder that he loved her, for she was beautiful exceedingly, tall, well-developed, straight as a reed, great-eyed, with chiseled features that were yet rounded and womanly, and wonderfully small hands and feet. She too wore purple-bordered robes. About her waist hung a girdle thickly sewn with red stones that I took to be rubies, and upon her shapely head, serving as a fillet for her abundant hair, which flowed down her in long waving strands of a rich and ruddy hue of brown or chestnut, was a simple golden band. Except for a red flower on her breast, she wore no other ornament, perhaps because she knew that none was needed. Leaving us by the door of the chamber, Issachar advanced and knelt before the old man, who first touched him with his staff, and then laid a hand upon his head. Presently he rose, went to the lady, and knelt before her also, whereon she stretched out her fingers for him to kiss, while a look of sudden hope and joy, which even at that distance I could distinguish, gathered on her face. He whispered to her for a while, then turned and began to speak earnestly to her father. At length he crossed the room, came to me and led me forward, followed by Hans at my heels. "O Lord Macumazahn," he said, "here sit the Walloo, the prince of my people, and his daughter, the Lady Sabila. O Prince, my cousin, this is the white noble, famous for his skill and courage, whom the Wizard of the South made known to me, and who at my prayer, out of the goodness of his heart, has come to help us in our peril." "I thank him," said the Walloo, in the same dialect of Arabic that was used by Issachar. "I thank him in my own name, in that of my daughter, who now alone is left to me, and in the name of my people." Here he rose from his seat and bowed to me with a strange and foreign courtesy, such as I had not known in Africa, while the lady also rose and bowed, or rather curtsied. Seating himself again, he said, "Without doubt you are weary and would rest and eat, after which perchance we may talk." Then we were led through a door at the end of the great room into another room that evidently had been prepared for me. Also there was a place beyond for Hans, a kind of alcove. Here water, which I noticed had been warmed, an unusual thing in Africa, was brought in a large earthenware vessel by two quiet women of middle age, and with it an undershirt of beautiful fine linen, which was laid upon a bed or cushioned couch that was arranged upon the floor and covered by fur rugs. I washed myself, pouring the warm water into a stone basin that was set upon a stand, and put on the shirt, also the change of clothes that I had with me, and with the help of Hans and a pair of pocket scissors, trimmed my beard and hair. Scarcely had I finished when the women reappeared, bringing food on wooden platters, roast lamb it seemed to be, and with it drink in jars of earthenware that were of elegant shape and powdered all over with the little rough diamonds of which Zikal had given me specimens that evidently had been set in it in patterns before the clay dried. This drink, by the way, was a kind of native beer, sweet to the taste, but pleasant and rather strong, so that I had to be careful lest Hans should take too much of it. After we had finished our meal, which was very welcome, for we had eaten no properly cooked food since we left the wagon, Issachar arrived and took us back to the large room, where we found the Walloo and his daughter seated as before, with several old men squatting about them on the ground. A stool having been set for me, the talk began. I need not enter into all its details, since in substance they set out what I had already heard from Issachar, namely, that there dwelt something, or somebody, on the island in the lake, who required annually the sacrifice of a beautiful virgin. This was demanded through the head priest of a college, also established on the island, which acknowledged the being, real or imaginary, that lived there, as its god or fetish. Further, that creature, if he existed, was said to be the king of all the hairy folk who inhabited the forests. Lastly, there was a legend that he was the reincarnation of some ancient monarch of the Walloo folk, who had come to a bad end at the hands of his indignant subjects, at some date undefined. Walloo, it seemed, was their correct name, that of the Heu-Heu applying only to the hairy men of the woods. This story I dismissed at once, being quite convinced that it was only a variant of a very common African fable. Doubtless Heu-Heu, if there really were a Heu-Heu, was the ruler of the savage hairy aboriginals of the place, that once in the far past had been conquered by the invading Walloo, who poured into the country from the north or west, being themselves the survivors of some civilized but forgotten people. This conclusion, I may add, I never found any reason to doubt. Africa is a very ancient land, and in it once lived many races that have vanished, or survive only in a debased condition, dwelling from generation to generation until the day of their extinction comes. Here I may state briefly the final opinions at which I have arrived about this people. Almost certainly these Walloos were such a dying race, hailing, as names among them seem to suggest, from some region in West Africa where their forefathers had been highly civilized. Thus, although they could not write, they had traditions of writing, and even inscriptions graven upon stones, of which I saw several in a character that I did not know, though to me it had the look of Egyptian hieroglyphics. Also, they still had knowledge of certain cultured arts, such as the weaving of fine linen, the carving of wood and marble, the making of pottery, and the smelting of metals, with which their land abounded, including gold that they found in little nuggets in the gravel of the streams. Most of these crafts, however, were dying out, except those that were necessary to life, such as the molding of pottery and the building of houses and walls, and particularly agriculture, in which they were very proficient. When I saw them, all the higher arts were practiced only by very old men, as they never intermarried with any other blood. Their hereditary beauty, which was truly remarkable, remained to them, but owing to the causes I have mentioned already, the stock was dwindling, the total population being now not more than half of what it was within the memory of the fathers of their oldest men. Their melancholy, which now had become constitutional, doubtless was induced by their gloomy surroundings and the knowledge that as a race they were doomed to perish at the hands of the savage aboriginals who once had been their slaves. Lastly, although they retained traces of some higher religion, since they made prayer to a great spirit, they were fetish-ridden, and believed that they could continue to exist only by making sacrifice to a devil who, if they neglected to do so, would crush them with misfortunes, and give them over to destruction at the hands of the dreadful forest dwellers. Therefore they, or a section of them, became the priests of this devil called Heu-Heu, and thereby kept peace between them and the hairy men. Nor was this the end of their troubles, since, as Issachar had told me, these priests, after the fashion of priests all the world over, now aspired to the absolute rule of the race, and for this reason plotted the extinction of the hereditary chief and all his family. Such in substance was the lugubrious story that the unhappy Walloo poured into my ears that night, ending it in these words: "Now you will understand, O Lord Macumazahn, why, in our extremity and in obedience to the ancient prophecy, which has come down to us from our fathers, we communicated with the great wizard of the south, with whom we had been in touch in ancient days, praying him to send us the helper of the prophecy. Behold, he has sent you, and now I implore you to save my daughter from the fate that awaits her. I understand that you will require payment in white and red stones, also in gold and ivory. Take as much as you want. Of the stones there are jars full hidden away, and the fences of some of my courtyards at the back of this house are made of tusks of ivory, though it is black with age, and I know not how you would carry it hence. Also there is a quantity of gold melted into bars, which my grandfather caused to be collected, whereof we make little use, except now and again for women's ornaments, but that too would be heavy to carry across the desert. Still it is all yours. Take it. Take everything you wish, only save my daughter. We will talk of the reward afterwards, I said, for my heart was touched at the sight of the old man's grief. Meanwhile, let me hear what can be done. Lord, I do not know, he answered, wringing his hands. The third night from this is that of the full moon which marks the beginning of harvest. On that night we must carry my daughter, on whom the lot has fallen, to the island in the lake where stands the smoking mountain, and bind her to the pillar upon the rock of offering that is set between the two undying fires. There we must leave her, and at the dawn, so it is said, Heu-Heu himself seizes her and carries her into his cavern, where she vanishes forever. Or if he does not come, his priests do, to drag her to the god, and we see her no more. Then why do you take her to the island? Why do you not call your people together, and fight and kill this god or his priests? Lord, because not one man among us, save perhaps Issachar yonder, who can do nothing alone, would lift a hand to save her. They believe that if they did, the mountain would break into flames, as happened in the bygone ages, turning all upon whom the ashes fell into stone. Also that the waters would rise and destroy the crops, so that we must die of starvation, and that any who escaped the fire and the water and the want would perish at the hands of the cruel wood devils. Therefore if I ask the Walloos to save the maiden from Heu-Heu, they will kill me and give her up in accordance with the law. I understand, I said, and was silent. Lord, went on the old Walloo presently, here with me you are safe, for none of my people will harm you or those with you. But I learned from Issachar that you have stabbed a hairy man with a knife, and that your servant slew one of their women with the strange weapon that you carry. Therefore from the wood devils you are not safe, for if they can, they will kill you both and feast upon your bodies. That's cheerful, I thought to myself, but made no further answer, for I did not know what to say. Just then the Walloo rose from his chair, saying that he must go to pray to the spirits of his ancestors to help him, but that we would talk again upon the morrow. After this he bade us good night, and departed without another word, followed by the old men, who all this while had sat silent, only nodding their heads from time to time, like porcelain images of Chinese mandarins. End of chapter 7. Section 8 of Heu-Heu, or the Monster, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Holy Isle. When the door closed behind him, I turned to Issachar and asked him straight out if he had any plan to suggest. He shook his noble-looking head and answered, "None," as it was impossible to resist both the will of the people and the law of the priests. "Then what is the use of your having brought me all this way?" I inquired with indignation. "Cannot you think of some scheme? For instance, would it not be possible for you and this lady to fly with us down the river and escape to a land which is not full of demons?" "It would not be possible," he answered in a melancholy voice. "Day and night we are watched and should be seized before we had traveled a mile. Moreover, could she leave her father, and could I leave all my relations to be murdered in payment for our sacrilege?" "Have you no thought in your mind at all?" I asked again. "Is there nothing that would save the lady Sabila?" "Nothing, Lord, except the end of Heu-Heu and his priests. It is to you, great Lord, that we look to find a way to destroy them, as the prophecy declares will be done by the white deliverer from the south." "Oh, dash the prophecy! I never knew prophecies to help anybody yet," I ejaculated in English, as I contemplated that beautiful but helpless pair. Then I added in Arabic, "I am tired and am going to bed. I hope that I shall find more wisdom in my dreams than I do in you, Issachar," I added, staring at the man in whom I seemed to detect some subtle change, some access of fatalistic helplessness, even of despair. Now Sabila, seeing that I was angry, broke in. "O Lord, be not wrath, for we are but flies in the spider's web, and the threads of that web are the priests of Heu-Heu, and the posts to which it is fixed are the beliefs of my people, and Heu-Heu himself is the spider, and in my breast his claws are fixed." Now listening to her allegory, I thought to myself that a better one might have been drawn from a snake and a bird, for really, like the rest of them, this poor girl seemed to be mesmerized with terror, and to have made up her mind to sit still, waiting to be struck by the poisoned fangs. "Lord," she went on, "we have done all we could. Did not Issachar make a great journey to find you? Yes, did he not even dare the curse which falls upon the heads of those who try to leave our country and travel south to seek the counsel of the great wizard, who once sent messengers here to obtain the leaves of the tree that grows in Heu-Heu's garden, the tree that makes men drunk and gives them visions?" "Yes," I answered, "he did that, lady, and might I say to you that his health seems none the worse. Those curses of which you speak have not hurt him." "It is true they have not hurt his body, yet," she said in a musing voice, as though a new thought had struck her. "Well, if that is true, Sabila, may it not be true also that all this talk about the power of Heu-Heu is nonsense? Tell me, have you ever spoken with or seen Heu-Heu?" "No, Lord, no, though unless you can save me, I shall soon see him." "Well, and has anyone else?" "No, Lord, no one has ever spoken with him, except of course his priests, such as my distant cousin, Dacha, who is the head of them, but whom I used to know before he was chosen by Heu-Heu to be of their company." "Oh, so no one has seen him. Then he must be a very secret kind of god, who does not take exercise, but lives, I understand, in a cave with priests." "I did not say that no one had ever seen Heu-Heu, Lord. Many say that they have seen him, as Issachar has done, when he came out of the cave on a night of offering. But of what they saw, it is death to speak. Ask me, and Issachar no more of Heu-Heu, Lord, I pray you, lest the curse should fall. It is not lawful that we should tell you of him, whose secrets are sacred even to his priests," she added with agitation. Then in despair I gave up asking questions about Heu-Heu and inquired how many priests he had. "About 20, I believe, Lord," she answered, ceasing from evasions, "not counting their wives and families, and it is said that they do not live with Heu-Heu in the cave, but in houses outside of it." "And what do they do when they are not worshipping Heu-Heu, Sabila?" "Oh, they cultivate the land, and they rule the wild people of the woods, who it is believed are all Heu-Heu's children. Also they come here and spy on us." "Do they indeed?" I remarked. "And is it true that they hope to rule over you, Walloos also?" "Yes, I believe that is true. At least, should my father die, and I die. It is said that Dacha means to make war upon the Walloos and take the chieftainship, setting aside, or killing, my cousin and betrothed, Issachar. For Dacha was always one who desired to be first." "So you used to know Dacha pretty well, lady?" "Yes, Lord, when I was quite young, before he became a priest. Also," she added, coloring, "I have seen him since he became a priest." "And what did he say to you?" "He said that, if I would take him for a husband, perhaps I should escape from Heu-Heu." "And what did you answer, lady?" "Lord, I answered that I would rather go to Heu-Heu." "Why?" "Because Dacha, it is reported, has many wives already. Also, I hate him. Also, from Heu-Heu at the last, I can always escape." "How?" "By death, Lord. We have swift poison in this country, and I carry some of it hidden in my hair," she added with emphasis. "Quite so, I understand. But Lady Sabila, as you have been so good as to ask my advice about these matters, I will give you some. It is that you should not taste that poison till all else has failed and there is no escape. While we breathe, there is hope, and all that seems lost still may be won. But the dead do not live again, Lady Sabila." "I hear and will obey you, Lord," she answered, weeping. "Yet sleep is better than Dacha or Heu-Heu." "And life is better than all three of them put together," I replied, "especially life with love." Then I bowed myself off to bed, followed by Hans, also bowing, like a monkey for pennies on a barrel organ. At the door I looked back and I saw these two poor people in each other's arms, thinking doubtless that we were already out of sight of them. Yes, her head was upon Issachar's shoulder, and from the convulsive motions of her form I guessed that she was sobbing, while he tried to console her in the ancient world-wide fashion. I only hoped that she got more comfort from Issachar than I did. To me, now he seemed to be but a singularly unresourceful member of a played-out race, though it is true that he had courage, since otherwise he would not have attempted the journey to Zululand. Also, as I have said, quite suddenly, he had changed in some subtle fashion. When we were in our own room, with the door bolted, it had no windows, light and ventilation being provided by holes in the roof. I gave Hans some tobacco, and bade him sit down on the other side of the lamp, where he squatted upon the floor like a toad. "Now, Hans," I said, "tell me all the truth of this business, and what we are to do to help this pretty lady, and the old chief, her father." Hans looked at the roof and looked at the wall. Then he spat upon the floor, for which I reproved him. "Boss," he said at length, "I think the best thing we can do is to find out where those bright stones are, fill our pockets with them, and escape from this country, which is full of fools and devils. I am sure that beautiful one would be better off with the priest called Dacha, or even with Heu-Heu, than with Issachar, who now has become but a carved and painted lump of wood made to look like a man. Possibly, Hans, but the tastes of women are curious, and she likes this lump of wood, who after all is brave, except where ghosts and spirits are concerned. Otherwise he would not have journeyed so far for her sake. Moreover, we have a bargain to keep. What should we say to the opener of roads if we returned, having run away, and without his medicine? No, Hans, we must play out this game. Yes, boss. I thought that the boss would say that because of his foolishness. Had I been alone by now, or a little later, I should have been in that canoe, going downstream. However, the boss has settled that we must save the lady and give her to the lump of wood for a wife. So now I think that I will go to sleep, and tomorrow, or the next day, the boss can save her. I don't think very much of the beer in this country, boss. It is too sweet, and all these handsome fools who talk about devils and priests weary me. Also, it is a bad climate, and very damp. I think it is going to rain again, boss. Having nothing else at hand, I threw my tobacco pouch at Hans's head. He caught it deftly, and in an absent-minded fashion, put it into his own pocket. If the boss really wishes to know what I think, he said, yawning, it is that the medicine man named Dacha wants the pretty lady for himself, also to rule alone over all these dull people. As for Heu-Heu, I don't know anything about him, but perhaps he is one of those hairy men who came here at the beginning of the world. I think that the best thing we can do, boss, would be to take a boat tomorrow morning and go to that island where we can find out the truth for ourselves. Perhaps the lump of wood and some of his men can row us there. And now I have nothing more to say, so if the boss does not mind, I will go to sleep. Keep your pistol ready, boss, in case any of the hairy people wish to call upon us, just to talk about the one I shot. Then he retired to the corner, rolling himself up in his skin rug, and presently was snoring, though as I knew well enough, with one eye open all the time. No hairy man, or anyone else, would have come near that place without Hans hearing him, for his sleep was like to that of a dog who watches his master. As I prepared to follow his example, I reflected that his remarks, casual as they seemed, were full of wisdom. These folk were superstition-ridden fools, and useless. Probably the only ones that had wits among them became priests. But the hairy aboriginals were an ugly fact, as the priests knew, since apparently they had obtained rule over them. For the rest, the only thing to do was to visit the Holy Island, and find out the truth for ourselves, as Hans had said. It would be dangerous, no doubt, but at the least, it would also be exciting. Next morning, I rose after an excellent night's rest, and found my way into the garden, where I amused myself by examining the shrubs and flowers, some of which were strange to me. Also I studied the sky, which was heavy and lowering, and seemed full of rain. I could study nothing else, because the high wall cut off the view upon every side, so that little was to be seen except the top of the volcano, which rose from the lake at a distance of several miles, for it was a large sheet of water. Presently the door of the garden opened, and Issachar appeared, looking weary and somewhat bewildered. It occurred to me that he had been sitting up late with Sabila. As they were to be parted so soon, naturally they would see as much as they could of each other. Or for aught I knew, he might have been praying to his ancestral spirits and trying to make up his mind what to do. No doubt a difficult process under the circumstances. I went to the point at once. "Issachar," I said, "as soon as possible after breakfast, will you have a canoe ready to take me and Hans to the island in the lake?" "To the island in the lake, Lord," he exclaimed, amazed. "Why, it is holy." "I dare say, but I am holy also, so that if I go there, it will be holier." Then he advanced all kinds of objections, and even brought out the Walloo and his gray heads to reinforce his arguments. Hans and Sibylla also joined the party, the latter I noted looking even more beautiful by day than she did in the lamplight. Sibylla indeed proved my only ally, for presently when the others talked to themselves hoarse, she said, "The White Lord has been brought hither that we, who are bewildered and foolish, may drink of the cup of his wisdom. If his wisdom bids him visit the Holy Isle, let him do so, my father." As no one seemed to be convinced, I stood silent, not knowing what more to say. Then Hans took up his parable, speaking in his bad coast Arabic. "Boss, Issachar, though he is so big and strong, and all these others are afraid of Heu-Heu and his priests. But we, who are good Christians, are not afraid of any devils, because we know how to deal with them. Also we can paddle. Therefore let the chief give us quite a small canoe, and show us which way to row, and we will go to the island by ourselves." In sporting parlance, this shot hit the bull in the eye, and Issachar, who, as I have said, was a brave man at bottom, fired up and answered, "Am I a coward that I should listen to such words from your servant, Lord Macumazahn? I and some others, whom I can find, will row you to the island, though on it we will not set our foot, because it is not lawful for us to do so. Only, Lord, if you come back no more, blame me not." "Then that is settled," I replied quietly, "and now, if we may, let us eat, for I am hungry." About 2 hours later, we started from the quay, taking with us all our small possessions, down to some spare powder in flasks, which we had brought to reload fired cartridge cases, for Hans refused to leave anything behind with no one to watch it. The canoe, which was given to us, was much smaller than that in which we had come up the river, though, like it, hollowed from a single log, and its crew consisted of Issachar, who steered, and 4 other Walloos who paddled, stout and determined-looking fellows, all of them. The island was about 5 miles away, but we made a wide circuit to the south, I suppose in the hope of avoiding observation, and therefore it took us the best part of 2 hours to reach its southern shore. As we approached, I examined the place carefully through my glasses, and observed that it was much larger than I had thought. Several miles in circumference, indeed, for in addition to the central volcanic cone, there was a great stretch of low-lying land all around its base, which land seemed not to rise more than a foot or 2 above the level of the lake. In character, except on these flats by the lake, it was stony and barren, being in fact strewn with lumps of lava ejected from the volcano during the last eruption. Issachar informed me, however, that the northern part of the island, where the priests lived, which had not been touched by the lava stream, was very fertile. I should add that the crater of the volcano seemed to bear out his statement as to the direction of the flow, since on the south it was blown away to a great depth, whereas the northern segment rose in a high and perfect wall of rock. The day was very misty, a circumstance which favored our approach, and the sky, which as I have said was black and pregnant with coming rain, seemed almost to touch the crest of the mountain. These conditions, until we were quite close, prevented us from seeing that a stream of glowing lava, not very broad, was pouring down the mountainside. When they discovered this, the Walloos grew much alarmed, and Issachar told me that such a thing had not been known for 100 years, and that he thought it portended something unusual, as the mountain was supposed to be asleep. "It is awake enough to smoke anyway," I answered, and continued my examination. Among the stones, and sometimes half buried by them, I saw what appeared to be the remains of those buildings of which I have spoken. These, Issachar said, had once been part of the city of his forefathers, adding that, as he had been told, in some of them the said forefathers were still to be seen turned into stone, which you will remember exactly bore out Zikali's story. Anything more desolate and depressing than the aspect of this place seen on that gray day and beneath the brooding sky cannot be imagined. Still, I burned to examine it, for this tale of fossilized people excited me, who have always loved the remains of antiquity and strange sights. Forgetting all about Heu-Heu and his priests for the moment, I told the Walloos to paddle to the shore, and after a moment of mute protest, they obeyed, running into a little bay. Hans and I stepped easily onto the rocks, and carrying our bags and rifles, started on our search. First, however, we arranged with Issachar that he should await our return, and then row us back around the island so that we might have a view of the priest's settlement. With a sigh, he promised to do so, and at once paddled out to about 100 yards from the shore, where the canoe was anchored by means of a pierced stone tied to a cord. Off went Hans and I towards the nearest group of ruins. As we approached them, Hans said, "Look out, boss! There's a dog between those rocks." I stared at the spot he indicated, and there, sure enough, saw a large gray dog with a pointed muzzle, which seemed to be fast asleep. We drew nearer, and as it did not stir, Hans threw a stone and hit it on the back. Still it did not stir, so we went up and examined it. "It is a stone dog," I said. "The people who lived here must have made statues." For as yet I did not believe the stories I had heard about petrified creatures, which, after all, must be very legendary. "If so, boss, they put bones into their carvings. Look." And he touched one of the dog's front paws, which was broken off. There, in the middle of it, appeared the bone fossilized. Then I understood. The animal had been fleeing away to the shore when the poisonous gases overcame it at the time of the eruption. After this, I suppose, some rain of petrifying fluid had fallen on it and turned it into stone. It was a marvelous thing, but I could not doubt the evidence of my own eyes. All the tale was true, and I had made a great discovery. We hurried on to the houses, which of course now were roofless, and in some instances choked with lava, though the outer walls, being strongly built of rock, still stood. On certain of these walls were the faint remains of frescoes, one of people sitting at a feast, another of a hunting scene, and so forth. We passed on to a second group of buildings, standing at some distance against the flank of the mountain and more or less protected by an overhanging ledge or shelf of stone. These appeared to have been a palace or a temple, for they were large, with stone columns that had supported the roofs. We went on through the great hall to the rooms behind, and in the furthermost, which was under the ledge of rock, and probably had been used as a store chamber, we saw an extraordinary sight. There, huddled together, and in some instances clasping each other, were a number of people, 20 or 30 of them, men, women, and children, all turned to stone. Doubtless, the petrifying fluid had flowed into the chamber through cracks in the rock above and done its office on them. They were naked, every one, which suggested that their clothing had either been burnt off them or had rotted away before the process was complete. The former hypothesis seemed to be borne out by the fact that none of them had any hair left upon their heads. The features were not easy to distinguish, but the general type of the bodies was certainly very similar to that of the Walloos. Speechless with amazement, we emerged from that death chamber and wandered about the place. Here and there we found the bodies of others who had perished in the great catastrophe, and once came across an arm projecting from a mass of lava, which seemed to show that many more were buried underneath. Also we found a number of fossilized goats in a kraal. What a place to dig in, I thought to myself. Given some spades, picks, and blasting powder, what might one not find in these ruins? All the relics of a past civilization, perhaps, its inscriptions, its jewelry, the statues of its gods, even perhaps its domestic furniture, buried beneath the lava and the dust, though probably this had rotted. Here certainly was another Pompeii, and perhaps beneath that another Herculaneum. Whilst I mused thus over glories passed away, and wondered when they had passed, Hans dug me in the ribs, and in his horrible Boer Dutch ejaculated a single word, "Kek," which, as perhaps you know, means look, at the same time nodding towards the lake. I did look, and saw our canoe paddling, for all it was worth, going hell for leather, as my old father used to say, towards the Walloo shore. "Now why is it doing that?" I asked. "I expect because something is behind it, boss," he replied with resignation, then sat down on a rock, pulled out his pipe, filled it, and lit a match. As usual, Hans was right, for presently, from round the curve of the island, there appeared 2 other canoes, very large canoes, rowing after ours with great energy and determination, and as I guessed, with malignant intent. "I think those priests have seen our boat, and mean to catch it if they can," remarked Hans, spitting reflectively. "Though as Issachar has got a long start, perhaps they won't. And now, boss, what are we to do? We can't live here with dead men, and stone goat is not good to eat." I considered the situation, and my heart sank into my boots, for the position seemed desperate. A moment before, I had been filled with enthusiasm over this ruined city and its fossilized remains. Now I hated the very thought of them, and wished that they were at the bottom of the lake. Thus do circumstances alter cases, and our poor variable human moods. Then an idea came to me, and I said boldly, "Do? Why, there is only one thing to do. We must go to call on Heu-Heu, or his priests." "Yes, boss. But the boss remembers the picture in the cave on the berg. If it is a true picture, Heu-Heu knows how to twist off men's heads." "I don't believe there is a Heu-Heu," I said stoutly. "You will have noticed, Hans, that we have heard all sorts of stories about Heu-Heu, but that no one seems to have seen him clearly enough to give us an accurate description of what he is like or what he does. Not even Zikal. He showed us a picture of the beast on his fire, but after all, it was only what we had seen on the wall of the cave, and I think that he got it out of our own minds. At any rate, it is just as well to die quickly without a head as slowly with an empty stomach, since I am sure those Walloos will never come back to look for us." "Yes, boss, I think so too. Issachar used to have courage, but he seems to have changed, as though something had happened to him since he got back into his own country. And now, if the boss is ready, I think we had better be trekking, unless indeed he would like to look at a few more stone men first. It is beginning to rain, boss, and we have been much longer here than the boss thinks, since it is a slow business crawling about these old houses. Therefore, if we are to get to the other side of the island before nightfall, it is time to go." So off we went, keeping to the western side of the volcano, since there it did not seem to project so far into the flat lands. A while later, we turned around and looked at the lake. There in the far distance, our canoe appeared a mere speck, with two other specks, those of the pursuers, close upon its heels. As we watched, out of the mists on the Walloo shore came yet other specks, which were doubtless Walloo boats paddling to the rescue, for the priests' canoes gave up the chase and turned homewards. "Issachar will have a very nice story to tell to the Lady Sabila," said Hans, "but perhaps she will not kiss him after she has heard it." "He was quite wise to go. What good could he have done by staying?" I answered, as we trudged on, adding, "Still, you are right, Hans. Issachar has changed." It was a hard walk over that rough ground, at least at first, for so soon as we got round the shoulder of the volcano, the character of the country altered, and we found ourselves in fertile, cultivated land that appeared to be irrigated. "These fields must lie very low, boss," said Hans, "since otherwise how do they get the lake water onto them?" "I don't know," I answered crossly, for I was thinking of the sky water which was beginning to descend in a steady drizzle upon ourselves. But all the same, the remark stuck in my mind and was useful afterwards. On we marched, till at length we entered a grove of palm trees that was traversed by a road. Presently we came to the end of the road, and found ourselves in a village of well-built stone houses, with one very large house in the middle of it, of which the back was set almost against the foot of the mountain. As there was nothing else to be done, we walked on into the village, at first without being observed, for everybody was under cover because of the rain. Soon, however, dogs began to bark, and a woman, looking out of the doorway of one of the houses, caught sight of us and screamed. A minute later, men with shaven heads and wearing white, priestly-looking robes appeared and ran toward us, flourishing big spears. "Hans," I said, "keep your rifle ready, but don't shoot unless you are obliged. In this case, words may serve us better than bullets." "Yes, boss, though I don't believe that either will serve us much." Then he sat down on the trunk of a fallen tree that lay by the roadside and waited, and I followed his example, taking the opportunity to light my pipe. End of chapter 8.